Good afternoon, and thank you for joining today's hearing on the Central Business District Tolling Program. The hearing will begin shortly. Good afternoon. We will now begin the hearing. Today is Sunday, August 28th, 2022, and the time is 1:01 p.m. My name is Lou Oliva, and I will be today's hearing officer. This hearing is being live streamed and recorded and will be available publicly on the MTA YouTube channel and the Central Business District Tolling Program project website at mta.info/CBDTP. Stenographers are present and will create a written record of today's hearing. By attending this virtual hearing, you consent to be recorded. Today's hearing will begin with opening remarks, followed by a presentation on the Central Business District Tolling Program environmental assessment, and then public comments. There are 197 speakers signed up. Speakers will be called in the order they signed up. After we get underway, through the Q&A function, we will send each speaker present today your place in the speaker list. Please give us a little time, as it will take some time to get this message to each speaker in attendance. Throughout the day, we will regularly let everyone know where we are on the list so you can gauge how much longer you may need to wait to speak. If you have joined the Zoom under a name that is different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, or if you did not sign up to speak but would like to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. You may also request to speak anonymously. If this is your preference, please indicate this in the Q&A function and we will give you further instructions. Please do not use the Q&A function for comments you would like to submit on the Central Business District Tolling Program. Comments can be submitted by visiting mta.info/CBDTP, calling 646-252-7440, via mail to CBD Tolling Program, 2 Broadway, 23rd floor, New York, New York, 10004, or via email at cbdtp@mtabt.org. You may also submit comments directly to the Federal Highway Administration via email at cbdtp@dot.gov or by mail at FHWA, New York Division, Ray, CBDTP, Leo W. O'Brien Federal Building, 11A, Clinton Avenue, Suite 719, Albany, New York, 12207. Comments submitted by mail, phone, email, online, or verbally at a hearing will be considered equally and carry the same weight. In addition, and again in recognition of the overwhelming interest, we have added the ability to submit personally recorded video comments. As with oral comments at the hearings, video comments should be limited to 3 minutes. Recorded video comments may be submitted via email to cbdtp@mtabt.org. Such comments will be considered equally and carry the same weight as all other methods for submitting comments. CART captioning and American Sign Language interpreters are available at today's hearing. To turn on CART captioning, use the CC button on the bottom of the screen. Sign language interpreters will appear on screen for all attendees. To hear the translated audio, use the interpretation button on the bottom of the screen. We will now start with opening remarks from Dr. Allison De Sereno, MTA's Deputy Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you, and thank you all for joining us today. We are excited to be here as we continue our public outreach on this historic project. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to learn more and share with us your thoughts and comments. This afternoon, I am representing the Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority and MTA more broadly. and am joined by Nicola Angel, Vice President at Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority, and other members of the agency, as well as other colleagues from the other project sponsors for this effort. Nicholas Chuba, Chief Engineer for the New York State Department of Transportation, and William Ulam, Deputy Director of Traffic Engineering and Planning from New York City Department of Transportation. We also have with us today Rick Markey, New York Division Administrator for the Federal Highway Administration, the lead federal agency for this project. He will be joined by Anna Price, Director for Office of Programs. Key personnel from all four of our agencies are also in attendance today, listening to what you have to say. Your comments will be recorded, indexed, and responded to as part of the environmental assessment process. Last year, we held 10 webinar-style public sessions, 9 similar sessions focused on environmental justice communities, and several meetings each of the Environmental Justice Technical Advisory Group and Environmental Justice Stakeholder Working Group. Since then, we've incorporated comments heard during these sessions into the technical analyses for the environmental assessment, or EA. I want to thank you all for your earlier input. I believe you will see firsthand how your comments affected what we explored and how we addressed concerns. On August 10th, 2022, we released the environmental assessment for public review. If you had not yet had an opportunity to read the entire environmental assessment, the executive summary, which has been translated into multiple languages, is available on our website. The rest of the document is also on the website, and you can find a hard copy of the entire EA at numerous locations throughout 28 counties in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. A complete list of these locations is also available on the project website. In a few moments, we will begin with a presentation that provides a summary review of the environmental assessment findings. It's a bit longer than one might expect, but there is a lot of important information here, and we wanted to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to hear about the areas in which they may be interested. After the presentation, we will listen to those of you who would like to provide oral comments. The formal comment period on the EA continues through September 9th. For those who prefer not to speak, but still want to submit comments, we will provide information on other ways to do that again later in the session. Now, let's begin our presentation.
So what is the Central Business District Tolling Program? In 2019, New York State enacted the MTA Reform and Traffic Mobility Act, which authorized the Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority, or TBTA, to design, develop, and implement a vehicular tolling program to reduce traffic congestion in the Manhattan Central Business District. As defined by the Act, vehicles entering or remaining in the Manhattan Central Business District on or below 60th Street, which is shown in the map in orange, would be tolled. The FDR Drive, West Side Highway, Battery Park Underpass, and any surface roadway portion of the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel connecting to West Street, in essence, the dark red line along the edges of the orange area on the map to the right, would be excluded from the toll. After covering the project-related capital and operating expenses, revenue collected would fund MTA's 2020 to 2024 capital program and successor capital programs. By law, 80% of the net revenues would be used for New York City Transit capital improvements, 10% would be used for Long Island Railroad, and 10% for improvements for Metro North Railroad. With respect to how the Manhattan CBD tolling program would work, locations for infrastructure would include detection points placed at entrances and exits to the Manhattan CBD. On the avenues, these detection points would generally be between 60th and 61st Streets, and an algorithm would be used so those who stay on excluded roadways are not tolled. In essence, as someone is coming down the roadway, the detection points would detect their vehicle and determine how long it should be before they're seen at the next location. Assuming they continue to be seen at each location within the allotted time, no toll would be charged. If, however, the vehicle is not seen and then not seen again, at some point the system will determine that they must have entered the Central Business District and a toll would be charged. On the right, you can see an example of what the infrastructure and the tolling system equipment would look like. It's predominantly poles, as you see on the right, and mast arms, as you see on the left. Importantly, the tolling system equipment will be clustered and housed in a single unit enclosures, as shown on the bottom. The enclosures are purposely designed to minimize the amount of equipment on the poles and to reflect light in a way that makes them less visible to someone walking or driving. With respect to how customers would pay, it would be very similar to what people experience today. They would be able to pay with EasyPass or tolls by mail, where an image is taken of the license plate and a bill is mailed to the registered owner of the vehicle. And we will also have the capability for future third-party providers. In essence, these are companies that may use different types of technology that can link into the technology that this system would have. The benefits of the program would include reduced vehicular traffic in and near the Manhattan Central Business District, improved travel times within the Manhattan Central Business District, including for buses and deliveries, and a new source of local recurring capital funding for subways, trains, and buses, as well as improved regional air quality. So why is an environmental assessment, or EA, needed for this project? Well, some roadways in the Manhattan Central Business District have received federal funds, so approval for tolling is needed from the Federal Highway Administration. Before a federal agency makes a decision, the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, requires the federal agency to understand and disclose the environmental effects of the action, in this case, the tolling. An EA is performed to ensure federal agencies consider the environmental impacts of their actions in the decision-making process. For a proposed action that is not likely to have significant effects, or when the significance of the effect is unknown, the EA aids in determining the significance of the adverse effects. Since the project could have effects on environmental justice populations, Federal Highway Administration and the project sponsors incorporated enhanced public outreach and coordination with federal and state resource agencies. The project's purpose is to reduce traffic congestion in the Manhattan Central Business District in a manner that will generate revenue for future transportation improvements, pursuant to acceptance into Federal Highway Administration's Value Pricing Pilot Program, or VPPP. The need is to reduce vehicle congestion in the Manhattan Central Business District and create a new local recurring funding source for MTA's capital projects. The purpose and need are refined through 4 objectives: to reduce daily vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, within the Manhattan Central Business District by at least 5%, to reduce the number of vehicles entering the Manhattan Central Business District daily by at least 10%, to create a funding source for capital improvements and generate sufficient annual net revenue to fund $15 billion for capital projects for the MTA capital program, and to establish a tolling program consistent with the purposes underlying the New York State legislation entitled the MTA Reform and Traffic Mobility Act. You may be asking, why do we need to toll the Manhattan Central Business District? Well, traffic congestion has been a problem in the Manhattan Central Business District for many years, and one of the most challenging policy problems for generations. Many efforts have been made, and yet congestion in New York City consistently ranks among the worst in the United States. Indeed, congestion costs 102 hours of lost time, equating to almost $1,600 per year per driver in delay. Between 2010 and 2019, travel speeds fell 22% in Manhattan Central Business District, and local bus speeds have declined 28% since 2010. The average speed of select bus service, New York City's bus rapid transit service routes, in the Manhattan CBD is 19% slower than in the outer boroughs. With respect to MTA's subway, rail, and bus systems, they need to be repaired and modernized. Funding from the project would support the 2020 to 2024 capital program and the successor programs that prioritize investing to improve reliability, committing to environmental sustainability, building an accessible transit system for all New Yorkers, easing congestion and creating growth, and improving safety and customer service through technology. I'll now walk you through the findings of the environmental assessment. There are 2 project alternatives that are evaluated in the environmental assessment. The no action alternative, in which there is no program to toll vehicles in the Manhattan Central Business District, no comprehensive plan to reduce congestion, and no new annual recurring funding for MTA capital programs. And there is the central business tolling, or action, alternative, where we implement a tolling program consistent with the Mobility Act to toll the vehicles entering or remaining in the Manhattan Central Business District. We install tolling infrastructure and tolling system equipment and signage within and near the Manhattan Central Business District, and generate funds for MTA's capital investments in subways, buses, and commuter railroads. The environmental assessment explores each of the topics in this chart. The specific chapters that address the analysis for each area are identified here. As you can see, the analysis shows that most of the areas have beneficial effects or no adverse effects, but there are a few areas with potential adverse effects. The slides a bit later in the presentation will address each of the areas and identify any mitigation that is needed. This slide has a lot of information, and it is in the executive summary and in Chapter 2 of the environmental assessment for further review. I am going to spend a few moments reviewing and explaining it here so everyone can understand its importance. As I said a moment ago, there are two alternatives for this environmental assessment: the no action and the central business district tolling alternative. Within the central business district tolling alternative, there are a number of tolling scenarios that vary in several ways. Modeling these different scenarios helped us to understand the full range of effects of the central business district tolling alternative, since the decision on the actual tolling scenario has not yet been made. For those of you who participated in the early outreach, you may notice that we now have 7 tolling scenarios when we originally discussed 6. That is because we added a tolling scenario, which I'll get to shortly, as a result of concerns raised during the early public outreach. So let me walk you through. Along the top are the tolling scenarios. Tolling scenario A we refer to as the base plan. This is the plan that is characterized in the legislation. Tolling scenario B has that same base plan, but starts to add caps in the form of how many times a vehicle can be tolled and certain exemptions. Tolling scenario C adds what we call low crossing credits for vehicles using tunnels to access the central business district, with some caps and exemptions. Those crossing credits, when they are low, are roughly $6.50. When they are high, as you see in tolling scenarios D, E, and F, the credits are roughly $13, and this was used for modeling purposes. In D, E, and F, you see those high crossing credits. In D and E, they are applied to the tunnels that enter into the central business district. And in F, vehicles using all of the tolled facilities that enter Manhattan would be eligible for crossing credits. Moving down the left side, you see the distinction on the items that are varying. First, the potential crossing credits. Again, these are credits that would be applied toward the central business district toll for tolls paid at facilities prior to entering the central business district. As you move to the right, you can see the no's and yeses, which determine whether or not that potential crossing credit applies to the facilities that are identified. Moving to the next group are potential exemptions and discounts in the form of caps on the number of tolls per day. Importantly, by legislation and in the modeling and in the program, passenger vehicles would be charged only once per day, but other vehicles could be charged more than that. And as you read across to the right, you will see under each of the different tolling scenarios how these different types of vehicles were treated with respect to caps or exemptions. Finally, as you move to the bottom, we have the approximate toll rate for autos, small trucks, and large trucks that resulted from the modeling. The one tolling scenario I'd like to mention is tolling scenario G, all the way to the right. This tolling scenario has a base plan with the same tolls for all vehicle classes. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the presentation, but importantly, as you see on the bottom, the toll rate is set the same for every type of vehicle. So that was a lot of information, and so I'd like to leave you with some key takeaways. First and foremost, tolling the Manhattan Central Business District in all scenarios reduce traffic entering the Manhattan Central Business District and results in a net benefit in congestion reduction for the region. Discounts, crossing credits, and exemptions result in the need for higher toll rates. Higher toll rates lead to a greater degree of traffic reduction in the Manhattan Central Business District, but also lead to increased traffic diversions, including increases along the Cross Bronx Expressway and the Staten Island Expressway. Crossing credits lead to more parity in the total cost among different routes that are taken by vehicles entering the Manhattan Central Business District. But those same crossing credits change the balance of effects on traffic. They result in less effect reducing traffic from Queens and much less effect reducing traffic from New Jersey. They result in greater effects reducing traffic from north of 60th Street in Brooklyn. And they result in more traffic at the Queens Midtown Tunnel, the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel, and the Long Island Expressway. Before we move on, I thought it was helpful to give at least a sense of where are the commuters actually coming from into the Manhattan Central Business District. On the left, you can see the 28-county region. Again, this is all in the environmental assessment for further review. The colors on the map denote the proportion of total commuters to the Manhattan Central Business District from each county in the 28-county region. The map also shows how many commute by transit, car, or some other transportation mode to reach the Manhattan Central Business District. Not surprisingly, counties that are further away tend to have fewer commuters to the Manhattan Central Business District. For example, of all the commuters to the Manhattan Central Business District, fewer than 1% come from counties like New Haven and Dutchess. About 1 to 3% come from counties like Rockland, Morris, and Richmond, and roughly 4 to 5% come from Bergen, Hudson, and Westchester counties. Closer in, about 6 to 10% come from Nassau County and the Bronx, while the remainder of the New York City boroughs contribute 11 to 22% of the commuters to the Manhattan Central Business District. On the right, in the figure, you can see that of all the people commuting to work in the Manhattan Central Business District, the vast majority, 85%, commute by transit. Of the 11% who commute by car, approximately 8% of them are from counties in New York, roughly 3% in New Jersey, and less than 1% from Connecticut. Now we'll go through the effects of each of the topic areas. On the top right of each slide, you'll see that we've identified whether effects are beneficial, not adverse, or adverse. In this case, this is the regional effects of transportation. Broadly speaking, all tolling scenarios reduce the number of vehicle entries into the Manhattan Central Business District and reduce vehicle miles traveled in the Manhattan Central Business District. The table on the bottom left provides the degree to which the traffic is reduced. In this case, there's a reduction of vehicles entering the Manhattan CBD of nearly 20% to roughly 15%, depending upon which tolling scenario one is looking at. On the right-hand side, you see the increase or decrease in daily vehicle miles traveled for each of the areas throughout the 28 counties. And as you can see, broadly speaking, regionally, again, there's largely a benefit. In the Manhattan Central Business District, VMT decreases anywhere from a little over 9% to about 7%. Throughout New York City, the reduction is roughly 1.5% to about 0.7%, and so on down the group. With respect to highways, we have beneficial effects, and we do have some adverse effects in a few locations where mitigation will be required. Some locations experience a decrease in congestion, which is a beneficial effect. There were 3 highway segments, though, that would experience adverse effects in the form of increased delays at certain times. As you can see here, it's the westbound Long Island Expressway near the Queens Midtown Tunnel in the midday. Approaches to the westbound George Washington Bridge on I-95 also in the midday. And in the evening, the southbound and northbound FDR Drive between East 10th Street and Brooklyn Bridge. For mitigation, the project sponsors implement a monitoring plan prior to the project beginning that identifies thresholds for adverse effects. If the thresholds are reached as a result of the project sponsors will institute transportation demand management measures, such as ramp metering, motorist information, or signage at identified highway locations with adverse effects. In addition, post-implementation, the project sponsors will monitor effects, and if needed, Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority, TBTA, will modify the toll rates, crossing credits, exemptions, and/or discounts to reduce those adverse effects. Note the call-out in the upper right, and recall what I mentioned regarding tolling scenario G earlier. During our early outreach, in conversations with environmental justice communities, we shared information regarding changes in traffic patterns. Here on the left, you can see one of the maps that was used for analysis related to traffic and air quality effects. These are areas with environmental justice communities. Under this tolling scenario, some of these communities would experience reduced vehicle miles traveled. Others would see some increases as traffic diverts to avoid the toll. As noted earlier, as the toll goes up, these diversions increase. Participants raised concerns about the increased traffic along the Cross Bronx Expressway and asked what that meant in terms of truck traffic, as trucks are associated with particulate matter and associated health effects. The team reviewed the initial 6 scenarios at a specific location, McCombs Road, and found the daily increases in truck traffic in the table to the right. During this same outreach period, the trucking associations also raised their concerns that people can move to transit to avoid the toll, but trucks cannot do this. Further, though tolled bridges, roadways, and tunnels typically charge higher tolls for trucks given the wear and tear on the roadway, the purpose of this project is to reduce congestion. The project team looked closer at why trucks were diverting in the modeling. We found that the extent of the diversions was linked to the truck toll and price differential in the initial 6 tolling scenarios where trucks are tolled at a higher price. To test this, we created tolling scenario G, which prices all vehicle types the same. The result, as you can see, reduced the diversions along with the relative incremental number of trucks on the Cross Bronx Expressway. Given the concerns raised, the project team decided to include this tolling scenario formally in the environmental assessment. With respect to local intersections, again, there are beneficial effects and adverse effects where mitigation is required. Specifically, most intersections would experience decreases in delay. Tolling scenarios D, E, and F, the high credit scenarios, had 4 out of 102 intersections that experienced adverse effects in the modeling in the form of increased delay at certain times, and you can see them here on the right. Project sponsors will monitor those intersections where adverse effects are identified and implement appropriate signal timing adjustments to mitigate the effect per New York City Department of Transportation's normal practice. In terms of transit, we found beneficial effects and some adverse effects where mitigation is required. With respect to beneficial effects, reduced roadway congestion would result in reliable, faster bus trips. There is an increase in transit ridership of 1 to 2% system-wide for travel to and from the Manhattan Central Business District, but no adverse effects from increased ridership on any lines or transit stations. We do see that some scenarios increased ridership could adversely affect passenger flows at specific stairs or escalators, what we refer to as station elements. With respect to mitigation, in tolling scenarios E and F, TBTA will coordinate with New Jersey Transit and the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey to implement a monitoring plan with specific thresholds for pedestrian volumes on a specific station stair in Hoboken Terminal. If the thresholds are reached, TBTA will coordinate with these agencies to implement signage and wayfinding. In all the tolling scenarios, TBTA will coordinate with MTA's New York City Transit to implement monitoring plans with specific thresholds at the locations bulleted here. At 42nd Street and Times Square, there's a specific stair affected, and if the threshold is reached, the center handrail will be removed and the riser will be adjusted. At Union Square Subway Station and Flushing and Main Street Station, there are 2 escalators, 1 in each, that could be affected. If the thresholds are reached, we would increase escalator speeds. And at Court Square, there's a stair affected. If the threshold is reached, we would construct a new stair to increase capacity. With respect to pedestrians and bicycles, the EA found that increases in passengers at transit hubs would have no adverse effects. There would be some increases in bicycle trips overall and near the transit hubs, but again, no adverse effects. Outside the Manhattan Central Business District, increased transit usage at individual stations would not adversely affect pedestrian conditions on nearby sidewalks, crosswalks, or corners. But within the Manhattan Central Business District, there are 2 crosswalks and 1 sidewalk that would be adversely affected. You can see here on the right with the red lines that they occur on 8th Avenue, near West 32nd Street and 7th Avenue, and on West 34th Street and Avenue of the Americas. For mitigation, the project sponsors will implement a monitoring plan with thresholds for action. If the threshold is reached, pedestrian space would be increased and obstructions will be removed or relocated. With respect to parking and to social conditions, specifically population characteristics and neighborhood character, we found either beneficial effects or no adverse effects. With respect to social conditions, improvement in travel time and safety, reduced vehicle operating costs, and reduced emissions would occur from the project. There would be no adverse effects on neighborhood character or access, travel to employment within the Manhattan Central Business District or reverse commuting, traffic patterns on local streets or community facilities and services. With respect to parking, the study found a reduction in parking demand within the Manhattan Central Business District, an increased parking demand at subway and commuter rail stations and park and ride facilities outside of the Manhattan Central Business District. But the increase at any individual location would not be large enough to result in an adverse effect from the project. Economic conditions found increased productivity as well as safety improvements. There were no adverse effects to any particular industry or occupational category in the Manhattan Central Business District. Depending on the tolling scenario, the toll could reduce taxi and for hire vehicle revenues in the Manhattan Central Business District. While the industry would remain economically viable overall, individual drivers could be adversely affected, and this is dealt with a little bit later in the presentation. In terms of energy and noise, again, there are beneficial effects and no adverse effects. With respect to energy, the region would benefit from reductions in regional energy consumption as a result of reductions in the vehicle miles traveled. In terms of noise, 102 intersections were assessed and all the crossings into the Manhattan Central Business District. The study found imperceptible increases or decreases in noise levels resulting from changes in traffic volumes. With respect to air quality, the environmental assessment found that regionally, air pollutants would be reduced, including precursors to greenhouse gases. There would be no local exceedances of air quality standards. Recognizing that air quality is of great concern to many constituents, we have several enhancements, though there were no local exceedances of those standards. New York City Department of Transportation will coordinate to expand the New York City Community Air Survey network of air quality monitors. This will be supplemented by a small number of real-time monitors for particulate matter. Also, based on feedback during outreach for the project, MTA will prioritize Kingsbridge and Gun Hill bus depots, both located in and serving primarily environmental justice communities in Upper Manhattan and the Bronx, when electric buses are received in MTA's next major procurement of battery electric buses. In terms of environmental justice, the study did find adverse effects where mitigation is required. The map to the right shows the communities that are environmental justice communities throughout the region. They are widespread, and as shown earlier, in some cases, certain EJ communities will benefit directly from this project. However, the project would have the potential for disproportionately high and adverse effects on low-income drivers who do not have an alternative transportation mode for reaching the Manhattan Central Business District, and on taxi and for hire vehicle drivers in New York City, many of whom identify as part of an environmental justice population. This adverse effect occurs specifically in tolling scenarios that toll their vehicles more than once per day. We have a number of mitigation for low-income drivers, which you can see here on the left. There will be a tax credit for Central Business District tolls paid by residents of the Manhattan Central Business District, whose New York adjusted gross income for the taxable year is less than $60,000. CBTA will coordinate with New York State Department of Taxation and Finance to ensure availability of documentation needed for drivers eligible for the credit. CBTA will also post information related to the tax credit on the project website, with links to the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance website to guide eligible drivers to information on claiming the credit. CBTA will also eliminate the $10 refundable deposit required for EasyPass customers with no credit card linked to their account. It will increase promotion of existing EasyPass payment and plan options, and will work with MTA to increase outreach and education on eligibility for existing discounted transit fare products and programs. The project sponsors will establish an environmental justice community group that will meet on a biannual basis, with the first meeting 6 months after project implementation, to share updated data and analysis and hear about potential concerns. For effects on taxi and FHV drivers, the project sponsors will work with appropriate city and state agencies so that when passengers are present in the vehicles, the passengers will pay the toll rather than the driver. Again, these mitigations would be for New York City taxi and FHV drivers if a tolling scenario is implemented with tolls of more than once per day for their vehicles. CBTA will work with MTA New York City Transit to institute an employment resource coordination program to connect drivers experiencing job insecurity with a direct pathway to licensing, training, and job placement with MTA or its affiliated vendors at no cost to the drivers. For those who may not want a commercial driver's license, CBTA will coordinate with MTA New York City Transit to submit a request to the Federal Transit Administration for a pilot program that will help increase eligibility of taxi and FHV drivers to use their vehicles to provide paratransit trips. And MTA's New York City Transit will implement this program if approved. With respect to construction effects, no adverse effects were found. Construction would consist of replacement of existing poles or installation of new poles and mast arms, excavation and construction of foundations, placement of new support poles or structures, attachment of tolling system equipment, and restoration of the roadway, sidewalk, or ground surface. The construction would occur on streets and sidewalks and take approximately 1 to 2 weeks per location. During this time, there would be temporary disruptions to traffic and pedestrian patterns, and temporary noise disruptions at nearby land uses such as residences and businesses. The project sponsors would require the contractor to develop and comply with plans and procedures to minimize construction effects. With respect to visual resources, there were also no adverse effects. Infrastructure is similar in form to streetlight poles, sign poles, or similar structures already in use throughout New York City. Signage is similar in size and character to signs already present, and the color would match existing light pole colors. On the bottom right, there's a rendering of tolling system equipment that would be placed on existing infrastructure. Again, as noted earlier, the tolling equipment is clustered into those single enclosures to reduce visual impact. And cameras would use infrared illumination at night, so there would be no visible light needed. The project would have a neutral effect on viewer groups and no adverse effect on visual resources. With respect to Section 4F, a de minimis impact is one that, after taking into account any measures to minimize harm, results in either a Section 106 finding of no adverse effect or no historic properties affected on a historic property, or a determination that the project would not adversely affect the activities, features, or attributes qualifying a park, recreation area, or refuge for protection under Section 4F. Central Park and the High Line have the potential for a de minimis use. Federal Highway Administration is soliciting input from the public on the effects of installing equipment and signs within and on these properties. Signage and 4 replacement poles with tolling technology would be installed in Central Park. Tolling technology equipment would be added to the underneath of the existing structure of the High Line. You can see some of the renderings at the bottom here. With respect to the findings, the Central Business District tolling alternative does not result in adverse effects pursuant to Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, and it does not adversely affect the activities, features, or attributes that qualify the resource for protection under Section 4F. Federal Highway Administration has concurrence on a proposed finding from officials with jurisdiction over Central Park and the High Line, and will consider public input on its proposed finding received during this public review of the environmental assessments. There are 2 final additional enhancements I would like to mention, and again, they were in response to outreach during the early outreach period. First, the project sponsors are committed to ongoing data collection and reporting on the potential effects of the project. Data will be collected in advance and after implementation, and a formal report will be issued 1 year after implementation, and then every 2 years thereafter. The reporting website will make data, analysis, and visualizations available in open data format to the greatest extent possible, with updates provided on at least a biannual basis as data becomes available and analysis is completed. Again, through our conversations and public outreach, and particularly with environmental justice communities, we are also committed to prioritizing equity in bus service improvements. New York City's buses serve a greater share of low-income minority households than other modes, including subways. MTA developed a new approach that combines considerations of equity and air quality to identify equity priority areas, which are then used to target improvements and investments to promote equity and access to opportunities in transit-dependent, historically marginalized, and underserved areas. Information on our early public outreach is here on the left. During that period, we held 10 virtual public outreach meetings, as well as 9 environmental justice outreach meetings. We had 3 meetings of the Environmental Justice Technical Advisory Group and 2 meetings of the Environmental Justice Stakeholder Working Group. During the 19 public outreach and EJ outreach meetings, we had over 1,000 participants registered and nearly 400 speakers. All of the sessions were left on our project website and people could access them through YouTube. To date, we've had over 14,000 views and we've received over 7,300 comments. Our current public outreach sessions will include 6 public hearings, starting on Thursday, August 25th and running through Wednesday, August 31st. We will also have another meeting of the Environmental Justice Stakeholder Working Group and another meeting of the Environmental Justice Technical Advisory Group. With respect to schedule, this shows where we currently are. We did our early public outreach in 2021 and early 2022. We prepared the environmental assessment. We've notified agencies and organizations and individuals of the environmental assessment's availability. And we're now in the midst, in orange here, of public review and comment on the environmental assessment. After the formal comment period closes, there will be a determination whether the action, in this case the tolling, will result in significant effects. Ultimately, we're expecting that in early 2023, Federal Highway Administration will issue a decision document. If adverse effects are not significant or can be mitigated below significant levels, FHWA would issue a FONSI, a finding of no significant impact. If there are significant effects that cannot be mitigated, then an environmental impact statement, or EIS, would be required. As noted, our public comment period is open until September 9th of 2022. If you'd like to submit written comments, you may do so in the following ways: through our project website, by email, mail, phone, or fax, or to the Federal Highway Administration by email or mail. All of this information is also available on our website, and the information on the project website, email, mail, phone, and fax for MTA bridges and tunnels is also in the environmental assessment. In addition, formal oral comments can be made at the public hearings, as many of you are doing today. They will be recorded by the stenographer. Thank you again for attending this public hearing to learn more about the environmental assessment for the Central Business District Tolling Program. And now, we look forward to hearing from you.
We encourage anyone joining via Zoom or live stream to take a short survey using the QR code or link currently being displayed. The link can also be found in the chat section of the Zoom. We are gathering public comments today on the environmental assessment for the Central Business District Tolling Program. Comments will be recorded, indexed, and responded to as part of the environmental process. There are 197 speakers signed up to speak today. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. At the 2.5-minute mark, the clock will turn red and you will hear a beep notifying you that you have 30 seconds remaining. We ask that speakers keep their remarks to the 3-minute time frame out of respect for all other speakers. We will be calling speakers in the order they signed up, but anyone who wishes to speak will have an opportunity. Due to the volume of speakers, there may be extended wait times to speak. Comments submitted by mail, phone, email, online form, or verbally at a hearing will be considered equally and carry the same weight. If you have joined the Zoom under a name that is different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, or if you did not sign up to speak but would like to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. You may also request to speak anonymously. If this is your preference, please indicate this in the Q&A function and we will provide you with further instructions. Please note that comments on the Central Business District Tolling Program are not being received via the Q&A function, and comments submitted in that fashion will not be part of the hearing record. When you are called on to speak, there will be a brief transition on your screen before you will be able to unmute and enable your camera. Please make sure that once your screen updates, your camera and microphone are enabled before beginning your remarks. If you do not wish to use your camera, you do not have to do so. You will not be able to unmute or enable your camera until it is your turn to speak. Please remain patient until then. In the event you miss your name being called, we will call you again after all other speakers in attendance have been called a first time. As a reminder, This hearing is being live streamed and recorded and will be available publicly on our YouTube channel and on our project website at mta.info/CBDTP. Stenographers are present and will create a written record of this hearing. By attending this virtual hearing, you consent to be recorded.
We will now begin the public comment portion of today's hearing. Our first speaker is Philip Papelis, followed by Rita Simpson. Our next speaker is Rita Simpson, followed by Inocencio Lopez. Our next speaker is Inocencio Lopez, followed by Warren Ashenmill. Our next speaker is Warren Ashenmill, followed by Diane Canino. Our next speaker is Diane Canino, followed by Michael Murray. Our next speaker is Michael Murray, followed by Jason Stahl. Our next speaker is Jason Stahl, followed by Diana Palermo. Our next speaker is Diana Palermo, followed by Thomas Huzich. Our next speaker is Thomas Huzich, followed by our 10th speaker on the list, Robert Schulman.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for letting me speak today. I'd like to comment that I found the environmental assessment to satisfy all of the concerns that people might have had about the program. I feel that the program is going to satisfy all of the goals set out by the MTA Reform and Traffic Mobility Act. The goals specifically are to reduce vehicle miles traveled. It should successfully do that up to a 9% reduction in VMT. Another goal is to reduce the total number of vehicles entering the CBD. It should do that up to 20%, up to a 20% reduction in vehicles, which is fantastic. And finally, it's going to produce a great deal of money for the MTA capital funds. Some of the scenarios could do it up to 1.5 billion, which actually exceeds by a great deal what the goal was. So I'm satisfied by the findings of the environmental assessment. I think it's pretty obvious that the tolling will not create adverse effects for the New York City region. And I believe the Federal Highway Administration should issue a finding of no significant impact. I believe the Traffic Mobility Review Board should just proceed expeditiously and approve and implement one of the tolling scenarios. Our city has been plagued by car traffic, air quality pollution, and traffic violence, which kills and maims my fellow New Yorkers every day. Having reviewed the scenarios, I think scenario D is the best one. Scenario D creates no exemptions, which I support, beyond those that are defined by the Reform and Traffic Mobility Act. There's no reason anyone should get an exemption, and by creating any exemptions for anyone, it'll open the door for more and more, which will only increase the costs for people who aren't exempt. Scenario D has the third highest reduction in daily trips, with 24,000 trips, which is, I think, perfectly acceptable. And it's going to create $1.34 billion in revenue for the MTA, which it desperately needs for its capital program. So I'd like to just support the program. And I'm looking forward to the air quality improvements for our region and the reduced number of vehicle trips. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Schulman, followed by Christian Ivan Beard. Robert, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Okay. just the idea that this, first of all, the last speaker used the word produce money. It's not really producing money. It's really a flat out taxation. And we need to be clear about any of the choices. It is just a matter of extraction. And anybody who thinks that it is not unfair to every business and every human being that lives south of 60th Street is just going through a dream sequence. We have services and goods that need to be delivered, and every resident operating there is going to pay directly for it, whether they have a car or not. I'm not even going to address the issue of the people that live south of 60th Street that have a car, because that is not making an exemption for them is inherently unfair. Nobody in the world has to pay a tax to go home except them. But leaving that aside, because that's not the biggest part of this, every commercial activity that has to take place in this traffic zone will continue to have to take place. If a truck needs to make a delivery, it still needs to make a delivery. And when it makes that delivery, it's going to add the cost of crossing 60th Street or going over one of the bridges to the expense associated with the activity. So the idea that this activity is not paid for from anybody or comes from somewhere is a fiction. The very wealthy who work in Midtown will pay it, and it will just reduce the ability of us to rent Midtown space because it's more expensive to work there. I mean, this idea that this just somehow magically doesn't hurt the city, you're taking the guts of the city and the guts of the revenue production in the city, and you're raising the taxes on it with the assumption that it makes no difference to anybody, and somehow magically people are going to take the train. Well, nobody is going to be delivering food to supermarkets on the train. And you're really saying we're going to tax the area underneath, and you're being very inflexible about it. If you said we want to
Please
have a
conclude
zone.
your remarks. Thank you. Our next speaker is Christian Ivan Beard, followed by Lissetti Toussaint. Christian, you may begin your remarks.
Yeah, you guys can see me?
Your camera is off. You could turn it back on.
I'm trying, sorry.
Here you go. We can see you.
Well, I'm still learning how to work this thing.
Please begin your remarks.
Say it again?
Please begin your remarks.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna say thank you guys. I appreciate you guys a lot more. Alyssa, you there? Hello?
Please continue your remarks.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask you a question. You ready? What I wanted to know is, like, are cops and firefighters going to be exempt? Yeah. You got it? He does. Oh, there you guys are. Are cops and firefighters gonna be exempt? And you guys can't hear me, right?
Christian, we can hear you. Please continue your remarks.
Oh,
You
you
have
guys can't
a
hear me.
minute and a half left.
Oh yeah. Another thing. What was the other question I wanted to ask? Which government agency is going to be responsible for enforcing the congestion pricing thing? And another thing, when are you guys doing in-person hearings again? That's it. That's all I wanted to know. I'm done.
Thank you.
I would like to remind the attendees today that this hearing is an opportunity for the members of the public to comment on the environmental assessment for the Central Business District tolling program. Your comments will be recorded, indexed, and responded to as part of the environmental assessment process. Responses will not be provided during today's hearing.
Our next speaker is Lisette Toussaint, followed by Sharon Jenkins. Our next speaker is Sharon Jenkins, followed by Tim Lau. Sharon, you may unmute and begin your remarks. Sharon, if you can unmute yourself. Oh,
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
yes, we can.
Okay, hi. MTA, please understand that New York is comprised of 5 boroughs, not one half of an island. Implementing this program will create an unfair dividing line. Please understand my points. There are several specialized high schools in Lower Manhattan with students from the outer boroughs. One example, the High School of Art and Design. If you have a huge art project too big to travel with on a train and your parents drop you off, there's a toll. Parent-teacher conferences, there will be tolls for all of those schools. Most doctors are downtown. I drive my mother to her doctor, which is near 33rd Street and Park Avenue, the number 6 train, where there are steep stairs and no elevators. My mom is 84. She cannot manage the stairs. Most of the stations have no elevators, are dangerous and filthy. The few elevators that exist are used as bathrooms. No viable alternatives are provided to help people who need to travel downtown. Forcing people to dangerous situations on the subways will lead to lawsuits. Entertainments like plays and theaters and shows are below 60th Street. We're not in high school, so we don't want to dress up and wear our best on the dangerous trains to go out. Neighborhoods will have a lot of people parking from regions farther out to take the trains. This is true no matter what your surveys say. New Yorkers love to support our local stores and restaurants, but with a toll, we will not be ordering from the vendors who will put their prices to additional to the food and goods that we order. If the tolls are $23, it'll be cheaper to go to Jersey, Yonkers, or Connecticut to shop and eat. With a toll, does that make parking under 60th Street free? If not, what's the incentive? You're crushing the working people again. Once we leave, we'll definitely have a problem with goods and services being provided. MTA received millions during the pandemic. What was the money used for? If you don't want people from uptown, downtown, then cut our tax dollars. Train services are not consistent. We don't drive and sit in traffic because we like to. We have things that we have to do, running errands and specific chores that we have to do. Please reconsider this thoughtless and imposing toll. It hurts the average New Yorker. I'm a South Bronx resident, lifelong New Yorker, and it doesn't make sense for you to continue to tax us on top of taxes. We pay a high amount of taxes now. We love the city. We stayed here throughout the pandemic, and this is the thanks we get. This is the straw that may break the camel's back. We've been here, we've hung in here with this city, and now we're being taxed again. We're not here because it's cheap. We're here because we love the city, but you are pushing your working people away. Please reconsider, and no exemptions for anyone if you're going to do this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tim Lau, followed by our 15th speaker on the list, Annie Jung, Our next speaker is Annie Jung, followed by Marielle Felix. Our next speaker is Marielle Felix, followed by Susan Lazor. As a reminder, if you've joined the Zoom under a name that's different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, or if you did not sign up to speak but would like to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. Our next speaker is Susan Lazor, followed by Ilan Cardenas Silverstein. Our next speaker is Ilan Cardenas Silverstein, followed by Paul Campione. Our next speaker is Paul Campione, followed by Elizabeth Fenimore. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Fenimore, followed by Judy Edwards. Our next speaker is Judy Edwards, followed by Danielle Quinn. Our next speaker is Danielle Quinn, followed by Brian Seminario. Our next speaker is Brian Seminario, followed by Nissan Cornebird. Our next speaker is Nissan Cornebird, followed by our 25th speaker to sign up, Eugene Weston. Our next speaker is Eugene Weston, followed by Gerald Adams. Our next speaker is Gerald Adams, followed by Mary Di Gregorio. Gerald, you may begin your remarks.
I want to thank you for all of the work that, your entire panel and your entire team has put into doing the environmental assessment, the mindful consideration for the different exemptions, and making a spread of tolling charges depending on the vehicle size, and so many other variables as well. What I would like to address here is that part of this initiative is to create a positive environmental impact. With that being said, I feel it would be useful if your team would consider any sort of discounts for those who are operating electric vehicles, and I mean full electric vehicles. And how this could work is in the Easy Pass, when you register your vehicle, you would have to provide your VIN along with your information as you normally would. And New York would be able to determine if you have a full electric vehicle. I think it would be a fair assessment to make that an electric vehicle below the 60th, the tolling zone would have a zero environmental impact on A, noise, because electric vehicles make no noise at all. B, CO2 emissions, zero emissions. And from an electric vehicle, I think this is noteworthy and should be up for consideration. Last but least, I hope that this assessment took into consideration one major piece, and that's that the hypothesis is that this will lower vehicle traffic into the tolling zone. And as a skeptic, I want to say that that's not going to change. It's not going to reduce the total number of vehicles going into the zone in a meaningful capacity. I do think that this is going to raise money for meaningful purposes, but I don't think it's actually going to reduce the total number of vehicles. That being said, if it doesn't reduce the total number of vehicles, I hope there's consideration given to what, what some next steps could be to create that positive environmental effect which you're seeking. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Di Gregorio, followed by Malky Sinensky. Our next speaker is Malky Sinensky, followed by Andy Pollock. Our next speaker is Andy Pollock, followed by Edgar Carmona. Our next speaker is Edgar Carmona, followed by Carlos Castle Croker. Our next speaker is Carlos Castle Croke, followed by Bruce White. Our next speaker is Bruce White, followed by Jack Kaplan. Our next speaker is Jack Kaplan, followed by Isaac Grotzman. Our next speaker is Isaac Goatsman, followed by Robert Sidbury. Our next speaker is Robert Sidbury, followed by Thomas Miller. Robert, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Hello, yes. I just wanted to speak in regards to this congestion pricing. I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and moved to Riverdale in the Bronx, and met my wife in Yonkers. And due to pricing in New York City, we were forced to look at other avenues of where to live, and we moved to New Jersey. And back in 2007, just due to the cost of pricing and everything. We commute into work. I work in Midtown West as well as Upper West Side. My wife is an early childhood therapist who works in the Upper West Side, and our kids go to private school in the city. Now, for us coming into the city, there's no way when we leave the house at 5:30 in the morning to get into the city to do our jobs and also for our kids to go to school is by us to drive in through the Lincoln Tunnel. And by us coming through the Lincoln Tunnel, our son goes to the upper school, which is the Barry School, which is on 52nd Street. We drive in, we stop at a deli right around the corner, pick up food for them. They eat their food in the car right in front of their school. He's dropped off at school. And then from there, she proceeds to go to the upper school, which is on 70th Street between Broadway and Columbus, to drop off our younger son. There is no means to do a mass transportation, realm of this process and everything. After that being dropped off there, she drops the car at the garage and we start our day working. All this is being done to just try to make ends meet and to do what's best for our children, to give them a successful education, as well as being where we work within New York City. And by, one of the first people said about there should be no exemptions. There should be exemptions because people are being pushed out of the city due to the cost of it to live in the city. And we're looking to mitigate, congestion by putting more of these charges and things on people. It's only going to affect the people who are in the lower and middle class. It's not affecting anyone in the upper or any other realms of people who live in the city or within the lower parts of under 60th Street. So I just want to know that if this is going to come into place, there should definitely be exemptions put into place and a means where we know for kids that go to school, how they'll be allowed to do things like this. Because we're talking about 5 different points this zone by dropping our son at the upper school, then going to the lower school. And at the end of the day, the same thing again before we then head back home. And then we'll be able to do this and be able to afford it since our income never goes up, but there's always extended charges. And my 10-year-old had a great point. Who's only 10, and his point is, why can't there be a $50 to $100 tax that's put onto the 8 million people that live in the city and also outside the city than doing this kind of a congestion pricing? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Thomas Miller, followed by Isaac Goatsman. Our next speaker is Isaac Goatsman, followed by Vincent Purdy. Our next speaker is Isaac Goatsman. Isaac, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. 1 second, you see my video or no?
Now
Okay.
we do.
Right. Okay, so thank you all for this opportunity again. I have an appliance repair business which services Manhattan. We don't have the option to use mass transit due to the tools and the parts that we require to bring along to do repairs. We go there daily, more or less. I drive the smallest vehicle possible to help keep my impact on traffic and carbon emissions to a minimum. With this congestion pricing, we will have no choice but to charge it forward to our customers every time we come out to them in the city, even if we have to come out multiple times for a unit which has multiple issues. This will increase the cost of repairs and will most likely probably also increase the amount of appliances that will be thrown out due to extra costs in repairing them. As it is, the wait time to replace many of these appliances can be a few months due to the decreased availability of new appliances at this time due to COVID. This will greatly hurt the customers monetarily, many of whom cannot afford to pay more for every trip you make out to them and cannot afford to replace those appliances. Almost all the buildings require that we do repairs only within the hours of 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m., which is well within the congestion times, and will not let anyone in before or afterwards to do repairs. What may help reduce the traffic is implementing congestion pricing on the large trucks that double park on the streets, blocking traffic during the day so that they may be incentivized to deliver at night or at off-peak hours, reducing the traffic congestion greatly during the peak hours. Also, I would like to state that the for-hire vehicles, Uber, Lyft, etc., they don't, I drive every day, so I see this personally. They don't pull over, they just stand in the middle of the street, traffic piling up behind them. They could pull over at a pump to let somebody out and then pull out. They're in their car, they can pull out. They don't. And when I drive, I see all around me, every single plate, sometimes 5 cars surrounding me are all Ubers or TLC plates. It helps, but if they can't drive the right way, it makes traffic more congested, and therefore it's a problem for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vincent Purdy, followed by Thomas Lepre. Our next speaker is Thomas Lepre, followed by Nina Sabger. Our next speaker is Nina Sabger, followed by our 40th speaker to sign up, Emily Christ. Our next speaker is Emily Christ, followed by Adrian Camacho. Our next speaker is Adrian Camacho, followed by Ari Titelbaum. Our next speaker is Ari Titelbaum, followed by Manuel Valerio. Our next speaker is Manuel Valerio, followed by Menachem Hornbacher. Our next speaker is Menachem Hornbacher, followed by Margaret Curry. Our next speaker is Margaret Curry, followed by Phil Wong. Margaret, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Hi, I would just like to say that I've been commuting to Queens for the past 40 years on a daily basis for my job. And I have to travel by car because I'm not physically capable of traveling by public transportation. I have a handicap parking placard, a handicap parking space by my home, and a handicap sticker. And there's just no way possible that I would be able to take public transportation. I'm not really sure how this pricing applies to someone who's coming through from New Jersey into the Lincoln Tunnel and going across Lower Manhattan to the Williamsburg Bridge or to the Manhattan Bridge. But I think it's very unfair to be tolling in this manner, and that there should be some exemptions allowed, especially for people with a lower income, as myself, because if this is implemented, I would have to quit my job. I would not be able to pay it and go to work every day. So I think that this should be a very big consideration, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Phil Wong, followed by Jennifer Shiano. Our next speaker is Jennifer Shiano, followed by Tish Loescher. Our next speaker is Tish Loescher, followed by Carlos Ailman. Our next speaker is Carlos Ailman, followed by Jorge Zapata. Our next speaker is Jorge Zapata, followed by Melissa Jagarza. Our next speaker is Melissa Jagarza, followed by Jesse Parham. Our next speaker is Jesse Parham, followed by Catherine Cunny. Jesse Parham. As a reminder, there will be a brief transition after your call to speak. Please make sure that once your screen updates, your camera, if desired, and microphone are enabled before you begin your remarks. Our next speaker is Catherine Cunny, followed by Henry Ward. Our next speaker is Henry Ward, followed by our 55th speaker to sign up, Enrique Jimenez. Our next speaker is Enrique Jimenez, followed by Alexander Vasilescu. Our next speaker is Alexander Vasilescu, followed by Sharon Desi. Our next speaker is Sharon Desi, followed by Marty Rowland. Sharon, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Hi, my name is Sharon D. And what I am wondering is that MTA has always gotten money and they don't account for it. Like the Second Avenue subway was a big money grab. Now this tax here, we're going to be taxed coming into East 60th. We're from the outer boroughs, and a lot of specialists, the doctor specialists, are in Manhattan, like you have Sloan Kettering. Does that mean that we have to pay every time we go to Sloan Kettering or NYU that is in Lower Manhattan, or the specialist doctors that we have to visit every month, twice, 3 times a month? We should not have to pay that tax. This is another scam tax. It's like we're living in a city, barely making it. We pay high property taxes, and now you're going to give us another tax to move on? I don't understand how the city could ever recover from the pandemic. Now, there should have been an audit on, now I'm not talking about the environmental, because I think you could sell anything that you want, but there should have been an audit on transit, because they always get money and they always overspend, and then they'll come up and say, we have no more money. They just want the money for what they want it for. And then there's these planters that they put in that's stifling traffic. I don't understand why they put all those planters in to stifle traffic. And then you have construction that sometimes you go down the streets, there's I don't know who licensed, 2 sides of the street that have equipment on the streets. If you don't think that stops traffic, I don't know what to think. And those are my comments.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marty Rowland, followed by Lisette Inchinale. Marty, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Thank you. Let me turn this thing down. Yeah, my name is Marty Rowland, and I'm a citizen of Queens. As a public servant, I believe that the people of the MTA work hard to, for our interest and the citizens of New York City. Providing transit service at a reasonable and equitable price, with the knowledge that no successful world-class city depends on the fare box for even 50% of its capital and operating funds. As MTA looks for revenues, we can't forget about those property owners who contemporaneously benefit with higher property sales prices from the proximity to your transit stations, but underpay their obligation for its operation. For example, land speculators and tenants with 30-year property tax abatements, and those with vacant lots and empty buildings waiting for the market to ripen at everybody else's expense. Thank God that 421A and J51 property tax abatement laws have expired. Let's hope that they aren't replaced by bigger poisons. So MTA, don't leave money on the table as you scramble to pay your looming $2.6 billion debt that is expected to hit by 2025. Land values along your subway or railroad lines exceed what the city taxes are based on the underassessments. If you go to the Henry George School of Social Sciences website at www.hgsss.org and open up the land value calculator, you'll see how $1 billion per year can be raised this way. Tax land value in Manhattan for all of the served in some way by MTA Transit at 0.89% per acre. there are 21,613 acres in Manhattan at a valuation of $5.2 million per acre. So at a tax rate of 0.89, MTA would generate over $1 billion. So I'd like to end by saying that a land value tax is the ideal method to raise funds as it draws from the value of society gives to land. This tax does not punish productive earned profit. When profit from other labor and corporations is taxed as income tax, productivity is punished. Land value is not generated by productive means.
Thank you.
The owner of a land.
Our next speaker is Lisette Inchinali, followed by Yosef Maki. Our next speaker and 60th to sign up is Yosef Maki, followed by Howard Stoker. Yosef, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Mic check, mic check.
We can hear you.
Okay, good thing. All right, so I think over the last few decades, we've turned a blind eye to a very commonly hated thing, and that is taxes. Taxes are hated because our earned money is collected.
Slow down? Thank
Sure.
you.
Taxes are hated because our earned money is collected by an entity in which we're supposed to trust. The process to filing taxes remains, as said by behavioral scientists, comically difficult. Despite this, the entity we're supposed to trust continues to consider options that impose burden to our people. According to taxrates.org, the New York State income tax rate is between 4% and 8%. The population of New York City, according to New York City's consensus on April 2020, is 8.8 million. The mean income per person, according to several sources, is between $70,000 and $100,000 per individual. A very gross summary of payment is around $5,000 per person for taxes on New York State. By comparison, the MTA gives me the impression of a huge corporate entity. The ridership daily, according to MTA.info, is between 2 million and 4 million people, whereas the bridges and tunnels are used on a yearly basis of 329 million vehicles. In total, New York State gets, according to NewYorkState.gov, $80 billion. And the Department of Transportation, which helps maintain the bridges, spends approximately $15 billion. The capital program that we have enacted at the moment, according to MTA.info as well, is $54 billion. This is supposed to upgrade stations and keep bridges and tunnels in good condition. Yet the MTA remains one of the most infamous places for pollution, service, and crime. Pollution meaning garbage, just a distinction. Not just buses and bridges, but on subways. Remember, once upon a time, we used to consider some of these tolls as temporarily, but now we apparently have removed cash, and so now we're doing cashless tolling. Instead of trying to add more taxes and expenses to our people, we should instead attempt to reach solutions that are enforceable and less morally questionable. The single biggest cause of traffic is lane merging, whether it be Long Island Expressway's parking lots due to crashes, the Queens Midtown Tunnel entrance from Queens, the Lincoln Tunnel entrance in Manhattan, or construction. In Manhattan, we have a long-lasting issue of illegal parking. Passenger cars illegally park in commercial vehicle parking areas. People double park on streets for long periods of times, and commercial vehicles don't make use of commercial vehicle parking. Bus lanes remains one of the most misused roadways, whether in Jamaica, where they're used as parking lots, in Manhattan, when people overuse them for turning, and all over they're used as means of skipping traffic. Inspiration should be grabbed from Vision Zero by education, conditioning, enforcement, last sentence, and Manhattan should remain what it is, a place that shines with beauty and should remain accessible to all who wish to live or drive in the concrete jungle. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Howard Stoker, followed by Lisa Chase. Our next speaker is Lisa Chase, followed by Marianne Ward.
Hi, my name is Lisa Chase. I'm from the East Midtown Coalition. We represent 38 buildings on the east side. We're here to ask for an exemption for residents below 60th Street or a significant discount the way London actually gives a 90% discount to the residents. We have a lot of concerns. One of them was to recapture this funding, which was estimated by Liz Kruger's office at $60 million if we give residents an exemption. So we proposed one of several ways you can recapture this revenue. One is to mandate bicycle licenses and charge for both the application as well as the license. Another is flexible subway pricing, which would do different prices for different zones on the subway. Another is you can add $3 to $5 per every parking ticket in Manhattan. You can also just reinstate the commuter tax fairly, as we had to cancel it before. You can also toll one of the free bridges that are happening over in Brooklyn. And we're really not understanding why the city's budget has bloomed to $101 billion. Find $1 billion per year over the next 15 years to recapture the money you're looking for at the MTA. Our concerns are as follows. The valuation of properties is going to drop below 60th Street. If you don't give us a discount, no one is going to want to live here and everyone is going to move out. Small businesses and cabbies are going to be hurt. The cost of living is going to be elevated because of deliveries and every other cost associated to this. Vision Zero was the original problem that slowed all of this traffic down. It created all of this congestion, or a lot of it. And now we're creating yet another program that's going to cost residents more money and commuters more money. Crime on the subway has not been addressed at all. It is very dangerous. There's not a lot of accessibility for the disabled under there. And we expect that that would at least be a safe way to ride if you're trying to divert drivers into the subways. There has not been a concrete plan proposed for us to make the subways safe so that people can feel better about not driving. The budget, again, is $101 billion for New York City. Find $1 billion a year and cancel this program, because like London, the funds are always going to be spent. They're always going to run out. And for people that live in the 70s and 80s, you're not going to be exempt, because they're going to have to keep extending the congestion zone to be higher and higher and higher. Thank you for your time, but this was in existence for 17 years already in London. We were told this was going to be a temporary program, and London's program was a complete and utter failure, and this is what we're modeling it after. The real way to do this is just to lift the toll around all the bridges and tunnels and let it be that. Thank you. I represent the East Midtown Coalition along with Joan Brothers, Dr. Glenn Kosman, and Ralph Sutton, and Jerry Rosenkrantz.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marianne Ward, followed by Daniel Salo. Marianne, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Yes, hi everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I hope you reconsider this plan that you are doing. I have my mother, my father, one 86 years old, one 81 years old. We always go to NYU hospital. It's very hard for them to walk. I drive them there, and I work in the city. I'm from Brooklyn. I pay a lot of tax, plus the gas, plus the parking for my car, and now it's adding the toll. It's gonna be very hard for me to work. If this happens, I have to move from this place. I will reconsider other city or other place to live, because it's out of way to use the subway. The subway is filthy, crime, virus. If you go to 14th Street, the people standing on the platform, it's already packed. Imagine the subway, how is it when the train comes? It's no place to stand. I took it several times. I regret it. I thought I came to this country. I come from the Middle East to be free, choosing the transportation to go to work as I want. I won't be forced to ride the subway. The bus is very far from my work and from my house. I hope you reconsider this. Enough, we're paying high tax and we're not benefiting anything. Give me plenty of time to reconsider this and move out of the state. Thank you very much. I hope you could reconsider this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Salo, followed by our 65th speaker to sign up, Carolyn Robinson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
There's something wrong with my camera. You just have to imagine how I look on my voice. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for hosting this panel, and thank you for the opportunity offering several days for people to voice their concerns. I'm definitely in favor of the central business tolling program. I think that we're looking at maybe the short term and not looking at the long term in terms of our benefits, in terms of increased and shortened delivery times. You know, you hear complaints that grandma can't get to the doctor on time or it's going to be an issue, but with less traffic, there won't be as many people fighting for parking spaces near the doctor's office south of 60th Street. So I think that's a win. And I think we've heard enough of the alarm bells go off across the world and also here in the city that reducing congestion and also reducing our carbon footprint is a net positive for everyone. So I hope that the city continues. I mean, the state continues with what it's doing. It's doing a great job. But I do want to just voice my concern. I'm concerned about the delivery. The people who are cab drivers, Uber drivers, you know, these are hardworking people who are going to definitely be affected by this. I really hope that any career transition program you have in place or you have in mind, don't take that lightly. Please consider that. These are people who are putting food on the table for their families, and I feel for them. But at the same time, I think that in 2022, you know, this program was signed into law in 2019, which should have already happened before the pandemic. So just keep that in mind. And also, I think that, please keep what you're doing what you're doing. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carolyn Robinson, followed by James Matroni. Our next speaker is James Matroni, followed by Mohammed Akbar. Our next speaker is Mohammed Akbar, followed by Moreno DeMarco. Our next speaker is Moreno DeMarco, followed by Lydie Kane. Our next speaker is Lydie Kane, followed by Robert Kelman. Our next speaker is Robert Kelman, followed by Lewis Anderson. Our next speaker is Lewis Anderson, followed by Michael Goals.
Hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Cool. Cool. So I just want to say thank you for all the work that's gone into the environmental assessment. So I'm a graduate student at Pratt and I live in Crown Heights, Brooklyn. So I live and work. I live and work in Brooklyn, but like most other people in the city, I regularly travel to Manhattan, either by bike, foot, or subway. And I've lost count of the number of times I've almost had a near hit by a car because of traffic and also because of street space allocation. There's far too much street space allocated to the minority of people who drive and far too little street space allocation for pedestrians. So I support and agree with all of the findings in the environmental assessment that congestion in the CBD will be reduced. I think that it's important when we're looking at all the benefits and potential adverse effects of certain areas and people. I think it's important to take a stock take of what our current situation is, which is a vast majority of New Yorkers who don't drive into the CBD are currently losing out in a number of areas. That's street space allocation, like I said earlier. The majority of the street in Manhattan and across the city is disproportionately allocated to a minority of people who drive. And we're also losing out on safety because of this. If there was more space in the street allocated to pedestrians, there would be less chance of a crash. And also money and time, because currently, especially if you're traveling to New Jersey, you may have to wait up to half an hour or more if you're traveling off peak, and the fares can be very high. And so the proposed tolling program will help in all of these areas, as explained by the environmental assessment, by reducing congestion and traffic in the CBD, and providing much needed revenue for transit. In terms of the scenarios laid out in the EA, I would support those with minimal exemptions for my reasons explained. I believe that's D. So that's the scenario I would support. And yeah, that's all from me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Goals, followed by Mukul Biswas. Our next speaker is Mukul Biswas, followed by Michael Riley. Our next speaker is Michael Riley, followed by William Meehan. Our next speaker and 75th to sign up is William Meehan, followed by Mary Garvey.
Hello, my name is William Meehan. I am a member of the Effective Transit Alliance, a technically oriented transit advocacy group, and of Transportation Alternatives, a group which fights for safer streets and for low emissions alternatives to car traffic. I live in Brooklyn and work in the Central Business District. I would like to celebrate the environmental assessment for confirming what other cities like London, Milan, and Singapore have known for years. Reducing congestion through pricing has huge positive outcomes, including faster trips for bus riders, improved air quality, lower emissions, and increased economic productivity. The Federal Highway Administration should clearly reach a finding of no significant impact. I personally support tolling option D for reasons I will now provide. In order to receive maximal congestion reduction for our bus riders, we should not offer exemptions beyond those laid out in the Traffic Mobility Act. Each exemption raises costs for others and makes it harder to reduce the number of drivers entering the CBD. Studies over the last decade show that the growth in ride-hail trips has come primarily at the expense of transit trips, so taxis and for-hire vehicles should not be exempt. The MTA should prioritize plans that raise more than the state-mandated $1 billion per year. This would provide more direct capital dollars and greater bonding ability, which would allow the MTA to make the subway more accessible, perform necessary repairs and improvements to track and signals, and to purchase new rolling stock. The MTA should also use this opportunity to reduce congestion outside of the zone where possible. To reduce toll shopping behavior on the BQE and Queens Plaza, the MTA should equalize tolls by providing credits to drivers using MTA tunnels. It is also essential that the vehicles with the greatest impact on our roads, namely trucks, pay a higher charge to reflect their larger size, greater pollution impact, and increased harm that they do to pedestrians and cyclists. I greatly look forward to the benefits of implementation of congestion pricing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Garvey, followed by Richard Sonnenberg. Mary, you may unmute and begin your remarks.
Okay, hi, my name is Mary Garvey, and I live within the toll zone. And I want to say that I am an enthusiastic supporter of this program. So I feel very strongly that I have to speak for the people in my community who do not drive. We are walking through our streets, riding the subway, riding bicycles, and we are unsafe because of the streets filled with cars. I am really a bit shocked by the number of people calling in who are talking about their own individual situation as drivers, and they have to go to doctor's appointments all the time. I have come to believe after hearing this testimony that we have to have no exemptions. I can understand why people don't think of a bigger city issue with pollution and transportation and how much better we would be with fewer cars on our streets. The subways are far safer than people think. I'm not certain if it's just the news, but it's really important for us to understand that the news, if it bleeds, it leads. So people are watching the news and thinking the subways are dangerous. I go out, I take the subway, and I want to let one person know I dress fabulously when I go to the opera and I take the subway back and forth. The war on cars started really with the war that Robert Moses perpetuated in the city. And we have to win back our city to move forward, to reduce pollution, reduce traffic violence. In July, 11 people were killed by cars. And yet people think the subways are dangerous. We also have a problem with pollution in the city because of idling cars. So many people are driving into the city, behaving as if they are turtles carrying their private space around with them. And in my neighborhood, they are parked all along the streets, sleeping, eating, watching movies, doing work with their engines running. We have to reduce private cars in the city. We have to start thinking about alternatives, such as light rail to get people into the city. And what I do like is the thought that has gone into this plan, certainly things like paratransit, using cabbies, medallion cabs, Ubers for paratransit. But those people who need to go into the city for doctor's appointments, then they should be able to use that as an alternative. I want to say I support anything that reduces cars. I support expanding congestion pricing. I want people to look at the streets and see how many cars drive around with just one driver in them, or an Uber with just one passenger. We have to change this. And I thank you for your work in doing this. I really hope this moves forward and gets expanded and makes us think about transportation more. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Sonnenberg, followed by Diane Batista. Our next speaker is Diane Batista, followed by John Paul. Our next speaker is John Paul, to be followed by Sonia Jackson. The next speaker is Sonia Jackson, followed by Israel Acevedo.
Hello?
Hi, Sonia, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm here to speak about the service and the healthcare workers. For 2.5 years as a healthcare worker, we have supported the city. Your previous caller, she's very blessed and very privileged to live in Manhattan. I travel from Queens. I have to as a healthcare worker. I leave work at midnight. I cannot afford to risk my life taking the subway. I pay $400 a month for parking. If I have to pay $23 a day, that's $115 a week. It comes out to about $460 for the months that have 4 weeks. And for the months that have 5 weeks, it's $575. As a healthcare worker, no one is giving me that additional money. If this plan goes through, a lot of healthcare workers will leave the healthcare system. That means that when you go to the hospital, your waits are longer. We cannot afford to kick out any more money. Have they considered express buses from hospitals to park and ride in the outer boroughs? They're talking about greenhouse effects, while the Bronx, Long Island, and Staten Island, with your own report states that those boroughs are going to have more greenhouse effects. You've told us to buy electric cars. We've done so. How do we then get penalized for spending money on electric cars, but yet we're now having to pay $23 a day? That's a lot of money. It is nice to be privileged, but look at the people that are supporting this plan. They're not Black and they're not brown. This plan is for the privileged and the wealthy. As a healthcare worker, we are neither. We supported the city for 2.5 years. Sometimes we don't always get out of work on time. Now you want to push us into a subway system that's dangerous. The cops themselves are getting assaulted in the subway system, and so how can we as women, most of us are women, defend ourselves? You don't take care of your mentally ill, you don't take care of your homeless, and those are the people that are in the subways, defecating, pushing you, hurting you. This city has had plenty of money to take care of the subway system. So what makes us think that this money that they're charging the poor is going to support the system? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Israel Acevedo, followed by Thomas Bashant.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, cool. Good afternoon. My name is Israel Acevedo, and I am a 46-year-old native New Yorker born and raised in Brooklyn. I am a professionally licensed New York City taxi and limousine driver, working in the for hire sector for 7 years and 3 months. Anyone that works or uses taxis, green cabs, or for hire service should be exempt from paying an additional congestion toll. If this toll is imposed on our industry, ridership will decline, affecting driver earnings and leading to mass employment loss. We rely on this industry to pay our bills and provide for our families. We are hardworking, tax-paying New Yorkers that move our fellow New Yorkers from the 5 boroughs through the 5 boroughs safely. We are a valuable part of the transportation industry. You say you will waive the MTA bus exam fee for drivers to lose their employment. What a slap in the face. Drivers are not losing their employment. You are forcing loss of employment on us with this harmful congestion toll. The riding public that uses taxis, green cabs, or for hire services have been contributing a congestion surcharge to the MTA since 2019. Riders should have the right to choose whether they ride public transportation or use taxis or for hire services. No one should be forced to ride public transportation because they cannot afford an additional congestion toll that has been forced on them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Thomas Bashant, followed by Patrick Johnson.
All right, thanks everyone, and great pronunciation of my last name. Almost no one gets it right the first time, so great job there. So I'm Tom. I'm a resident of the Lower East Side. I live near Houston Street, a street where people like myself, families, young kids walk every day, in a street where one of my neighbors was recently murdered in a hit and run by a car. So I took a look at the environmental impact report, and it makes it clear that New York City has the option of going down 2 paths as a city. One path is where we focus on livability for its residents, where you can walk around without pollution or risk of injury. People can effectively take public transit, walk, and bike to get around. The other option is becoming a city that's beholden to cars. Today, 40,000 people die a year in car accidents. Cars are responsible for 10% of all CO2 emissions, and car crashes are the #1 killer of young children. If we embrace car dependency any further, the amount of space needed for everyone in New York City to own a car is bigger than the total square footage of New York City in general. This is not a sustainable option. I've heard some of the drawbacks, both of the impact report and from some of the people who have dialed in on these calls. A pretty clear one is that people think it's too expensive for the car owners of this city. The truth is, this is the ultimate opportunity for economic mobility for poor, disadvantaged New Yorkers. Owning a car in New York City averages more than $10,000 a year to own and operate and drive through this city. If we focus on public transit, we can reduce that cost to $1,000 a year, reduce that by 90%, and allow these citizens to move freely throughout the city. We need to make it easy for people to migrate to those programs, which this congestion pricing toll will help to fund. Another con that I've seen is that it's potentially ableist against people who need wheelchair accessible vehicles. But again, the funds of this program can support our already wheelchair accessible bus system, fund our underfunded paratransit and accessoride programs to make it easier for those folks to move around too. The people who are listed as impacted negatively by the impact report, which by the way, obviously far fewer people negatively impacted, but of those that do, those are folks who choose to take their polluting, dangerous car and drive it into a city of residents who don't want them there. They make this choice. They could take public transit. They choose to take their car. I don't see that as a serious disadvantage for those folks. So this impact report makes it clear that this is a major opportunity to increase the quality of life for our citizens, and I wholeheartedly support it. And thank you all for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrick Johnson, followed by Constance Stellis.
How you doing? Back again. So, let's talk about New York City spending who knows how much money to turn the world's largest landfill into New York City's biggest park. And you mean to tell the 500,000 Staten Island residents that they are going to see an increase an increase in particulate matter pollution in Staten Island if congestion pricing is enacted? 500,000 people, you're going to tell. Imagine if 500,000 people decided to close the 3 bridges that come into Staten Island from New Jersey. Then what are you going to do? Imagine that. Okay? Let's talk about Mary Garvey and Tom Bashant, who just came on. Talk about the privileged. Okay? The woman was a healthcare worker. She said it's going to be $400+ extra out of her pocket a month if congestion pricing is going to. Who's taking care of these people? The healthcare workers are very important. You know, we're talking about exemptions here. I wrote some other stuff down here, but this is crazy. This whole thing is nuts. Let's talk Vision Zero. Vision Zero started in 2014, right? The goal was to have 0 traffic deaths and serious injuries by 2024. This message is for New York City DOT specifically. William, I hope you're listening. Bring this to Udonis. Bring this to the mayor. Started in 2014. It's 2022. 2024, you wanted 0 deaths. Now we're at July 2022 had the highest deaths on record since 2024, since the program started in 2014, by solely focusing on speed cameras. Here's a cell phone. You let 100,000 Ubers come into the traffic in New York City with a cell phone on their windshield like this, right in front of their face. They can't see. They can't see the street signs. They can't see the pedestrians. New York City drivers are doing this all over. When you get in your car today, when you drive around tomorrow, when you get in your car, take a good look at people's cars and their windshields. Look at their windshields. Vision Zero is a failure, a total failure. So many people should be fired over this Vision Zero. And now I know Polly Trottenberg is second in command over there at the United States Department of Transportation. So, and look what they just came out with a story last week that the deaths in the whole country are going up like crazy. This is not because of aggressive driving and speeding. This is because of distracted driving, which causes congestion because of accidents and investigations. And I know I'm being shocking right now, but how shocking is it when a police officer's knocking on my door at 3 o'clock in the morning to tell me somebody I loved is dead? How shocking is that? I'm going to be at the next few meetings. You know, I don't mean to, go after you people like this. I know you're respectable and doing your job. Don't take it that way, please. I'm a good person. I'm not like that. I'll see you at the next meeting. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Constance Stellis, followed by the 85th person to sign up, Stephen Nam. The next speaker is Stephen Nam, followed by Alec Soibel. Our next speaker is Alec Soibel, followed by Todd Thurston. Alec, if you unmute, you can begin your remarks.
I see. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to address the problem with yellow taxis in New York City. Yellow taxis did their business in Central Business District for 85 years. And in addition, we get our customers, but people hail yellow taxis. So basically, we cannot do our business in other areas because people usually take taxis in Central Business District. I would like also to address the same another problem. Yellow taxis collected MTA taxes from 2009. And from 2009 till 2018, we collected $750 million for MTA by taking 50 cents from each fare. From 2019 to the current time, we take $3 from each fare. They increase MTA taxes, and we pay $1 billion till this day from 2019. I also like to say that to drive in Manhattan in Central Business District, I need to buy my taxi medallion for $690,000. And I take a taxi loan. I need to pay my interest to the bank each month, $1,700 each month. So basically, if you force me to pay additional taxes to MTA, I will not be able to do it because I will have no money for living. In addition, I'd like to address another problem. Uber, we have 96,000 Uber and Lyft in Manhattan right now. And I'm okay with them, but the main point is they collect, when a customer asks for group riding, he pays 75 cents instead of $2.75 that it was for MTA. So they take advantage, and if one person, even you ask for group rides, you will be alone and you pay 75 cents, not $2.75 that it was that go to MTA. And the yellow taxi $3 each time for any ride for MTA. So Uber and Lyft, 96,000 riders take advantage by not paying enough money to MTA. And this is make me feel not comfortable. And in addition, I would like to say that right now, taxi industry in a bad condition because TLC inflated price of taxi medallion, and a lot of taxi medallion right now out of work in the TLC.
Please conclude your remarks.
And my main idea is that, yes, these taxes
Thank you. Our next speaker is Todd Thurston, followed by Deborah Gilbert.
Hello. Thank you for a chance to speak today. Get my video on here. Okay. I'd like to begin by suggesting that for accuracy, the MTA consider renaming this proposal from the Central Business District Tolling Program to the Central Business and Residential District Tolling Program, since we all know that Manhattan below 60th Street isn't just a business district. This area is home to roughly 750,000 people, and I'm one of them. I've lived in Hell's Kitchen for 43 years, and in spite of the plea I'm about to make, I want to be very clear. I have always been a strong proponent of any plan that might reduce the traffic noise and congestion in my neighborhood, thus making it easier and safer for me to walk, bike, and otherwise pursue my local daily errands and activities without fear of injury at every turn. I don't believe this current plan is the answer, as in my opinion, it's a blunt force solution to a very nuanced problem. It's utterly unfocused, will be mostly ineffective, and in many cases, it's simply unfair. In late 2019, in a selfish and brazen act of want over need, I bought the first car of my adult life. Having reached my 60s, I thought it'd be nice to play golf at a course other than Van Cortlandt in the Bronx, as well as to finally visit various regional sites and cities that have always been inaccessible to me. In hindsight, it's been a great decision. I and my family have really enjoyed driving again. I don't drive the car much. Most days it's garaged in the building where I live near the Lincoln Tunnel and the West Side Highway. My argument today, as I believe it would be for the vast majority of car owners living below 60th Street, is this. The only time I ever get into my car is when I am driving out of Manhattan. The last thing I ever want to do, and I almost never do, is drive in the city. So if the real point of congestion pricing is to reduce congestion, then I and most of the other car owners in this district are not the problem. And yet, after having driven our vehicles elsewhere, this plan would require us to pay a huge toll simply to return to our homes. If there's a real intention with this plan to reduce congestion, then it needs to focus on those doing the congestion, non-residents of this district who choose for whatever reason to drive into the city. Look, I have no choice but to enter the district. It's where I live and it's where I park my car. This plan must therefore provide an exemption or at the very least a significant discount to car owners living inside the district who must briefly drive through it simply to come and go from their homes. The London Congestion Plan provides a 90% discount to car owners in that central district. This plan must follow that example of fairness and do the same. This discount should not be income-based, which would focus benefits to the wrong people. In fairness to all, it should depend on residency only. I sincerely hope some sort of plan is implemented and actually work. Please make it fair. Don't punish the car owners who live here just because a few 100,000 other people choose every day to drive in our neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is DG, followed by Bernardo Celerino.
Hello?
Yes, please, we can hear you. Proceed.
Okay. I live in downtown Manhattan in the congestion tax zone, and I'm completely against the new arbitrary congestion tax. I second what the gentleman before me said, and also commenting about people before who are afraid of cars, who about what they call traffic violence, which is very Orwellian, their traffic accidents. I'm a pedestrian. I fear out of control bikes running red lights way more than cars. I have to dodge them every day. But regarding congestion tax, it's easy for MTA executives getting six-figure salaries to make pronouncements about how people with cars can afford this new tax of yours. But you're out of touch with working people like me. And no one is voicing what this congestion tax will do to people like me. Make no mistake, the cost of this arbitrary congestion tax will push me out of my home. And it will be entirely because of the greed, prejudice, and short-sightedness of the people implementing this new tax. I read a quote from some MTA executive that this was about equity, that people who own cars have more money than people who ride subways and thus should pay this new tax. I don't know what world that is. Just because someone has a car, that doesn't mean they have more money. It just means they spend what they do have differently. There are plenty of people without cars who have plenty more money than me. There are people using buses and subways who spend their money on designer clothes and shoes and multi-$1,000 handbags and expensive nights out. I don't. You're passing judgment that because I spent my money on a car, a necessary tool for me, that I should pay extra taxes than those who spent their money on frivolous items. I'm 64 years old and I've started having mobility issues. And by the way, the main reason I have mobility issues is because one of those damn restaurant sheds caused me to trip and fall, tearing my Achilles tendon and injuring my back over a year ago, and I'm still in pain every day. But and they cause congestions, the restaurant sheds. I have a car because I need a car. I don't have it because I'm rich. I have it because I made sacrifices to have it. I work 2 and 3 jobs.
Could you please talk a little slower?
I'm trying to get through with everything. Okay. I have worked 2 and 3 jobs most of my adult life just to survive, always spending way more than half of my income on a tiny apartment. My budget is cut to the bone, and my car driving use is not clogging the streets. I do not drive my car around the city. I drive out of the city and back in. I drive from my apartment to the tunnel, coming back from the tunnel to my apartment, and I park in a garage that I sacrifice to pay for. My car is not on the street. I'm not only going to have to pay your tax when I'm using my car, because I live in the tax zone, I'm going to have to pay every single day, period. Every day I'm breathing when my car is sitting there in the garage and I'm not driving it. You have arbitrarily decided to charge me a new tax just to live in my home. I'm going to have to pay this tax, and it's going to cause me to lose my home. How is that fair? It's not fair. If you're truly concerned about congestion, why do you keep creating more? The restaurant sheds, out of control bikes are three things that cause tons of congestion and safety issues, but you're ignoring that congestion.
Thank you.
All the blame on cars.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bernardo Celerino, followed by our 90th person to sign up, Adam Nazario. The next speaker is Adam Nazario, followed by Michael Ellett.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'm a lifelong resident of New York. Currently, I live in Rockland County. So I echo the sentiments of Ed Day, county executive. There are no options. One option to drive, or one, train option to go into the city. I do security, and I have to drive to Brooklyn sometimes or Manhattan. And, I think it's unfair to continue taxing me. You got the bridge toll, which I have to cross, whether it's the GW, I have to pay $16 for that, or the Tappan Zee, which is less option. So on top of that now, every time I drive anywhere in the city, if I go to church in the Bronx, I have to worry about speed cameras. I have to worry about red light cameras. I have to worry about mobile cameras. This is all just another tax. And this is making life impossible for people who live on fixed incomes or don't have any other options. Like I said, I drive because that is probably the only way I could get in. Without, takes me an hour and 15 minutes to drive to Brooklyn to a job that I work in. If I were to try to take a bus, then a train, then another train, I wouldn't be able to work. So driving a car is really my only option. So it's unfair. Not to mention, you are taking away the people who are police, firefighters, people who just commute into those areas or have no other choice. It's unfair. You keep, everything is always, we got to tax you more. We got to tax you more. We got to tax you more. So at one point, are people going to break and just say, you know what, New York, the hell with living in New York. New York has become, has this war on cars. Listen, I drive my car. I'm not committing violence on anybody. All right. I avoid people. I do the speed limit. I make sure I'm obeying all the laws. And, I just keep getting saddled. I mean, just to keep adding fees and taxes and, just breaking people's backs. I mean, listen, the rich and some of the people that are on this panel who say, oh, I wholeheartedly support it, they probably make a hell of a lot more money than people who are just struggling to make ends meet. And you're going to tax them. I mean, I strongly suggest that you do not go forward with this. And let's look at all these people who are making a lot of money in the MTA, TBTA, all these executives who make tons of money. And then they're coming up with this new tax to hurt people, because that's what you're doing. You're hurting people. You're hurting hardworking people, and people are going to avoid. Sure, they're going to avoid it, but then you're not going to have their money when people are going into frequent businesses. So that's what I have to say. I really hope you guys consider not doing this.
Thank you.
That's it. I'm done. Thank you.
As a reminder, if you've joined the Zoom under a name that does not match the one you used when you signed up to speak, or if you did not sign up to speak but would like to, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. The next speaker is Michael Ellett, followed by Felicia Park Rogers. The next speaker is Felicia Park Rogers, followed by Cynthia Soto. The next speaker is Cynthia Soto, followed by Josh Gottheimer. The next speaker is Josh Gottheimer, followed by Scott Sloat. The next speaker is Scott Sloat, followed by Alex Gilbert. The next speaker is Alex Gilbert, followed by Miranda Adams. The next speaker is Miranda Adams, followed by Galina Kaminker. The next speaker is Galina Kaminker, followed by L. Rich. The next speaker is L. Rich, followed by Michael Jones. The next speaker, our 100th person to sign up, is Michael Jones, to be followed by Michael Huarachi. The next speaker is Michael Huarachi, to be followed by Jenny Lee.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you for your time again. We all know the data behind this. I think it's kind of silly that we have to have so much of these discussions. I think we need to look into also New Jersey Easy Pass sending out mass texts to all of their clients to come to these meetings against the congestion pricing thing. One of the journalists in the New York Times posted his Twitter experience about how he got a mass text from New Jersey Easy Pass. I think I don't see them on the line this today, but the Federal Highway Administration, I think the city DOT, the state DOT, biggest obstacle, one of their biggest obstacles is going to be the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. I'm not quite familiar of the quasi ownership of PABT, but I do know for sure that they are not in favor of congestion pricing. I myself am wholeheartedly in support of congestion pricing with zero exemptions. I really respect the callers who called in. I think that there's a lot of improvements to be made with MTA, with our services, with the cleanliness of the subway, but I think we have to put the horse before the carriage. This is going to be the first policy, transportation policy, that addresses these issues in the country. I think it behooves all of the panelists today, Rick, William, Lou, and all your counterparts to mold your legacy in this policy. And that is done by making this policy as productive as possible and having it able to be implemented broadly. So we start in the Central Business District, and let's see this rolled out throughout all 5 boroughs, as one caller said yesterday, right? I think that we all have the opportunity to look within ourselves to realize how this country has put the private sector before the public sector in almost every aspect of society, from education to healthcare to transportation to housing. We can obviously know the legacy of racism and white supremacy that has stemmed from our highways being built and plumaged through Black and brown neighborhoods, and this will begin to address the historical legacy of white supremacy in our
Please
country.
conclude your remarks. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jenny Lee, followed by Dan Bianco. Our next speaker is Dan Bianco, followed by Michelle Grossman. Our next speaker is Michelle Grossman, followed by Nadia Holubnuchi.
Hi, I live in the CBD. I am for the environment and reducing congestion, but I am against the current congestion pricing plans. Today, I will speak to concerns around reliability, accessibility, and safety. The subways are not reliable. For exam purposes, I pulled up the service status just before this meeting started, 12:45 p.m. on Sunday. Of the 27 lines listed, 17 had active alerts. Some examples: trains rerouted, A and C. Delays, 6, E, F, N, R. Planned parts suspended, J, L. Planned express to local, 2, 3. No weekend service, B, W. This is not reliable and not acceptable. In terms of safety, the subways as they are today are simply not safe. As a woman, I do not feel comfortable riding the subway outside of certain times. Even during times of broad daylight, I don't always feel comfortable and have sometimes turned around and gone back to street level to either walk or take a cab if I don't feel safe. And I say this realizing I am coming from a place of privilege as a white woman. My friends of Asian descent are extremely concerned, cautious, and avoid the subway at all costs due to hate crimes. In terms of accessibility, the subways are not universally accessible. And this isn't just for people in wheelchairs or on crutches, etc. This is for people, often again women, who have young kids in strollers. A woman spoke to this yesterday that she couldn't take the subway when her children were young because going up and down the stairs with a stroller, if you are by yourself, is not safe and not possible. And working elevators are not always available. We've all seen people standing at the top of the steps with a stroller before, waiting for a good Samaritan to help them up and down the steps. I've stepped in to do this before. Why are we putting people, often young women or caretakers, in this position to begin with? For seniors, as many have spoken to at these hearings, it is challenging, if not impossible, for some seniors to safely access and ride the subway. I get that these funds are intended to go to these very concerns and issues I'm speaking to, but it should be that these issues are addressed first, or at least make positive momentum and improvements before expecting the public to rely on these services more. The MTA has an $18 billion budget. And as a reminder, when this meeting started, 2/3 of the subway lines had active service alerts. Instead of asking the public to put their blind trust in the MTA should focus on management of their budget and operations. Be clear and transparent about issues, improvements, and status of those. Hold themselves accountable. Give the city the public transportation they deserve. Then maybe turn to the public asking for more money. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nadia Holubnuchi, followed by L. Rich.
My apologies. Are we good?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Nadia Holubnichi Ortiz, and I'm a resident of Floral Park, Nassau County. I also use a wheelchair full-time. Through the years, I've spoken on the issue of public transportation accessibility, specifically as it relates to the LIRR and the subway system. I lobbied the MTA, LIRR, and Governor's Office to acquire elevators at the Floral Park train station during the planning stages of the third track expansion project. Most recently, I've demonstrated the poor planning and execution of the new Hyde Park train station to bring it to ADA compliance. I brought in elected leaders to witness the stresses a disabled person must endure when using the station because the MTA LIRR failed to include the disabled community in planning. So now I am here once again imploring the MTA to take heed the advice of the disabled community when making decisions regarding Central Business District tolling program. I acknowledge that this program is in its infancy and that there's a broad exception made with regards to the disabled community. The program must not toll qualifying authorized emergency vehicles and qualifying vehicles transporting people with disabilities. but I'm compelled to highlight another demographic of the disabled community that would be adversely affected by the CBD program if there's no consideration made for them. There is a large portion of the disabled community who use their own private automobiles to travel to various parts of the city, such as myself, who are independent. I do not see public transportation as a viable alternative to entering, exiting, and traveling within Manhattan. Public transportation is not reliable for the general public, let alone someone with a physical impairment. Not all train stations are accessible, not all subway stations have elevators, and those that do have elevators, they are often in disrepair. My own car is the most reliable form of transportation for me to enjoy the culture capital of the world that is Manhattan, from uptown to downtown, east to west. Placing a toll on my car when I go into Manhattan inherently punishes me and others like me for entering the city or portions of the city. As it is, parking is a premium in the city, always hoping to score street parking rather than pay for a space in a parking lot. Public transportation is nowhere near consistently accessible across the board for the disabled community to have a choice of whether or not they want to drive in or use mass transit, to forego a toll and use mass transit, or suck it up and drive into the city. I'm here today to implore the board to recognize the inequity of the CBD program for drivers who are disabled. There should be a requirement for drivers who are disabled to register with the authorizing entity so that they may be exempt from tolls. And when that auspicious day comes when public transportation is 100% accessible as a result of the benefits of the tolling program, I will most happily choose to leave my car at home and do my part to ease congestion in the city I love so dearly. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is L. Rich, followed by Liam Higgins.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. At the hearing on August 25th, by a ratio of 3-1, people spoke against your plan. Per your own presentation, the plan shifts congestion elsewhere. You glossed over the unintended consequences of the adverse effects of increased delays westbound on the LIE, westbound on the George Washington Bridge, thereby hurting Long Islanders and those from New Jersey. You have not addressed the adverse environmental impact of the increased congestion caused by your plan. In addition, you acknowledge it will hurt areas of Manhattan that there are intersections that will see increased delays. Your plan harms residents and property values of commuters and harms environment in certain areas. Your mitigation measures are unproven and unacceptable. It is clearly not about congestion because you now propose a toll on evenings and weekends to steal more money from the car drivers. Those times should not be tolled. There are also privacy issues. You said third parties can access the toll information, thereby giving up commuter privacy. You have not taken into account the slow, feeble elderly who become short of breath after a few minutes and could not possibly walk on the subway, which is a very fast-paced situation. Or the person with cancer on chemo who cannot be exposed to all the germs in the subway. Doctors have stated after testing the handrails, the subway is dirtier than a toilet seat. This is a selfish money grab for the MTA. You have not announced exemption for cars with passengers who have disabled car tags hanging from the mirror and are physically incapable of taking the subway, and there should be exemptions for them. Your life is at risk on the subway. People have been thrown to their deaths on the tracks. People have been stabbed, shot, murdered, pickpocketed in this unsafe New York City transit. The MTA should not benefit off the backs of commuters in cars and the elderly on fixed income. Many of those who drive are barely making ends meet, and you are going to compound the economic devastation of COVID-19 and harm businesses in the tolling district. These hearings are happening only because they are required. The plan is going forward. People opposed needs to contact Governor Hochul. People need to start a hashtag on Twitter. Hashtag no congestion pricing. If you oppose the plan, please follow me on Twitter at Enhanced Society. I started the account today, so it is not searchable yet. Again, at Enhanced Society. You should not punish drivers to unfairly subsidize New York's mass transit and take food out of hardworking people's mouths. It's insensitive, it disproportionately affects the disadvantaged, and by making drivers pay for services they do not receive, it is theft. It is theft of money from hardworking everyday
conclude your
citizens
remarks.
by giving preferential financial treatment for mass transit users. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liam Higgins, followed by Ali Madhu.
Hi, so my name is Liam and I live in Brooklyn Heights, and I would like to show my enthusiastic support for this new congestion pricing proposal. So first of all, the previous panelist had a lot of mistakes in what she was saying. For starters, we as pedestrians and as taxpayers of the city are subsidizing your car driving. So why should I pay for you to be able to drive your giant metal polluting, noise-inducing death trap through my streets while I have to deal with you polluting the entire environment? Second of all, traffic violence is a very real problem in New York City, and it is far worse than violence on the subways. You are more likely to die as a result of traffic violence in New York City than you are to even be the victim of a crime on the subway. I ride the subway all times of the day. I ride the subway at 2 a.m. I never feel unsafe. What we need to do is we need to improve accessibility for those with disabilities, and these funds are meant to do that. We need to improve mass transit in the city and make sure we get cars off the streets. I like to feel safe when I'm crossing the street, and I don't because there are so many cars destroying our streets. We need to improve bicycle infrastructure so that we can have cargo bikes that support delivering goods to businesses. We need to allow for more people to ride e-bikes and other forms of mobility like hand trucks for those who are disabled. And we need to designate safe, protected lanes for that to occur. These funds can help go to that. I don't have any sympathy for people who are too elitist to take public transportation to get into the city. As a former Long Islander, I would take the train every time I went into Manhattan, and I loved it. I didn't need to worry about driving. I could listen to music. I could sit on my phone, and I didn't need to worry about hitting a pedestrian or getting into an accident. You can do the same. If you are able-bodied, there is no reason for you to go from Long Island to Manhattan by car. That is ridiculous, and I have no sympathy for anyone who chooses to do that. If you are disabled, I understand, and there should be an exemption for that. But other than people with disabilities, there should be no exemptions whatsoever. I am fully in support of Plan D, I believe. I would also like to emphasize everything that Mary Garvey said, because she is exactly on point with everything that she said in her speech. We need to prevent traffic violence, and we need to stop catering to the needs of car drivers, because if we continue to do that, New York City will be destroyed. What makes New York City so great is that it is a place with plenty of public space where pedestrians, cyclists, and other people who are taking sustainable forms of transportation can enjoy all 5 boroughs without having to worry about getting hit by cars. Thank you very much for having this, and yeah, have a nice day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ali Madhu, followed by Steve Sands. Our next speaker is Steve Sands, followed by our 109th speaker to sign up, Drew Stillman. Our next speaker is Drew Stillman, followed by Giovanni Yauri.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, I just can't use my video at the moment. My name is Drew. I want to thank you guys for letting me speak during this hearing. And I want to say that I agree with, I think Sharon Jones earlier had it right on point. This is kind of an unfair tax on everybody else in all the outer boroughs. I don't believe that there was enough scoping that was involved in this as well. There needed to be more time dedicated to speaking with members and stakeholders in the outer boroughs, and specifically people who are going to be affected by this directly, like for example, on the Cross Bronx Expressway and in Staten Island, we're going to be receiving a lot of the brunt of people who are going to be avoiding the tunnel tolls and avoiding the congestion pricing to loop back into the city. So we've also had a giant amount of environmental injustice and just inequity from the city and the services that we've achieved. The MTA doesn't even really do a good job at servicing our borough, period. We have very little access to all the other boroughs. Yeah, we have a free ferry. Yeah, we have a free train, both of which are unreliable, both of which have tremendous signaling problems. And then there's also connectivity problems when you're trying to connect from said ferry to train to then another train. So not only is the congestion pricing going to be a tax on people who can't afford to get in, it's people who don't have the actual infrastructure that's built to support us as well. Yes, congestion pricing in the end game would be great to be going into public transportation, pedestrian access, bikes. And by the way, yes, the bicyclists should be licensed because right now they are ridiculously reckless. There are more accidents that are caused by irrational bicyclists on the road and pedestrians. Both of you are at fault. You guys are on your cell phones all the time as you're crossing the street and all the time as you're walking along. So those are big issues. So I understand that your needs need to be met, but the needs have to be done in an appropriate timeline. Right now, we don't have the services, we don't have the infrastructure, and MTA is telling us basically, tough it out, deal with it. We don't have a plan to actually structurize a strategic plan to bring you guys into the infrastructure network of the MTA, but we're going to have to tax you until we do. So in addition to that, I would really enjoy if there was an outside inquiry, an independent inquiry and oversight committee that was looking into the MTA and those things and the actions of where the money is going, how the budget is being used, because you guys have gotten hundreds of millions of billions of dollars of federal tax money and of federal support. And where does it go? We want accountability. We want transparency. We want to know where the money's going. And honestly, there's a lot of oversight and like redundancy within your own department. There are a lot of executives that you know that are there making 6 figures a year that are doing the same jobs as 2 other executives. So you really need to have some sort of forensic accounting and to have some sort of, I don't know, performance management consulting that looks over where your real redundancies are. I agree with congestion pricing. It needs to be done in a timely manner. Infrastructure first.
Please conclude your remarks. Thank you. The next speaker is Giovanni Yari, followed by Anonymous 1. The next speaker is Anonymous 1, followed by Farley Whitfield.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I can't see the time, but I'm a Lower East Side resident who relies on the subway walking and a pedestrian. On occasion, I take a taxi. On occasion, I take a taxi because if you try to walk from Alphabet City to 2nd Avenue, it can take up to 15 to 20 minutes, and forget it if you're carrying something heavy. If you decide to take a bus to a train, if you can catch it within a reliable amount of time, you have to pay your fare twice. It costs $10 just to sit in a cab before the time even starts. When locals who rely on the subway and don't own a car need to take a cab on occasion, it's pricey. And there's no problem with that. It needs to be pricey because we need to make sure that everybody gets their fare and we need to make sure these people get compensated for the work that they do. My question is, how will you discern a taxi taking a tourist or a high net worth individual up and down 6th Avenue, which is covered with subway accessibility, versus somebody trying to take a taxi from Alphabet City to a taxi or to a subway line, which could be up to a 20-minute walk? Secondly, a few months ago, there was an obvious change that occurred with taxis. Lots of drivers no longer possess the important knowledge of the streets to get passengers efficiently from point A to point B. Just the other day, I explained to a taxi driver to drive down Allen Street or drive down the FDR, and instead, he decided that Google was more important, and he drove into the traffic of Soho and Tribeca because this individual was not equipped to be a taxi driver. Taxis are heavily regulated, but we no longer have consistent access to drivers who understand Lower Manhattan streets. If we do not protect the wages of our taxi drivers, we risk losing them and getting more Uber and Lyft drivers who only rely on Google Maps. Further, relying on Uber and Lyft drivers means more of our money goes to San Francisco versus staying here and supporting local business owners who have those taxi medallions and who want to be a part of our community. I think it's very important, as some other people have said, we need to augment the existing public transportation so that people such as myself, who are local residents who pay taxes, can actually take public transit at all hours. I am a female. I am proud to take the subway. I tell tourists, you should be taking the subway when you come here. Okay, I think it's very important that we acknowledge that there are certain aspects, particularly in Lower Manhattan, in Alphabet City, through to the seaport, also getting from the FDR on Houston all the way to the other side to Chelsea Piers on Houston. There is not efficient ways to get from point A to point B without taking a bus to a subway. And at present day, there is not an easy way to only pay one fare in one direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marie Vella, to be followed by Richie Romero. Our next speaker is Richie Romero, to be followed by Allison Gleisting.
Am I on? Sorry, it's not.
Yes, you are. Please proceed.
So I just wanted to state fact, I'm a born and raised New Yorker, from Manhattan and Queens. I am a driver. I am a transportation on trains. I am in my scooter daily, and I am a small business owner in different parts of Manhattan. I could pretty much state, as like I said, every day I'm either on the train, I'm on my scooter in the bike lanes. This is pretty much a middle class tax. And as basic opportunity cost, what we come down to, we're kind of forcing everyone to just take the train. And as knowing many people and owning different businesses, the trains are not up to par. And we all know that. In terms of, as a small business owner, I'll use my analogy of it. If I was the only restaurant in Manhattan, I was a monopoly of it, and I had bad service, bad food, and it was actually pretty dangerous, you wouldn't go to my thing, but you'd be pretty much forced to. I think the normal thing to do on this situation is, let's fix the train system, make it up to par. I'd rather take the train, first of all. To be honest with you, I get nervous at my age, going on the scooter, hitting, I've gotten hurt before, hitting a crack on the thing, and but I'd still rather do it than taking the trains, just because not even dangerous. It's dirty. It's not good. And a lot of people are making the investment because they are scared of taking cars. So I think, step one would be just to upgrade the MTA system. I've seen it done. I live on 14th Street in Manhattan, and 4 years ago, when it was implemented of doing the bus lanes, which would save bus things a little less than 6 minutes. I think that was the report on. This was pre-COVID. Now with COVID, no one's really taking the bus as much. And you have elderly people in my building I live in that have problems getting cabs. And you also, when you do have an Uber, it's congestion everywhere else. And being part of the Department of Transportation, what you guys do with it, it's most of the signs and everything, you're forcing traffic to go to more congestion places because you can't make left turns, you can't make right turns. And you have parks in the middle of nowhere. It's, I just think it needs to be an overall system on it, because there's no like master plan here. And it's like, you're making people unaffordable living into the city and making more people leave. Like most of the people that are coming in, you see the rents and everything. It's more people from out of town than not New Yorkers. Most of the New Yorkers here are in rent controlled apartments, and it's hard to afford living in this city. And especially as a small business owner, it's hurting you to have less people coming in here and more people moving away, and just inflation of getting things around and getting my trucks and everything go to store. It's just a little bit.
Conclude your remarks.
I just want to say, I think, stay with plan one of just up fixing the system, and then,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Allison Gleisting, to be followed by Farley Whitfield. The next speaker is Farley Whitfield, to be followed by Beryl Rosenberg. Farley,
Hello.
if you, great. We can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, there I am. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Farley Whitfield, and I agree that congestion is a problem in New York City. I'm here today to speak on behalf of licensed insured motorcyclists who operate in a safe manner. Motorcycles are a great solution to the congestion problem. Motorcycles take up a fifth of the space of the average car, and when it comes to parking, at least 5 motorcycles can fit in the space taken up by 1 car. Motorcycles are very fuel efficient, far more so than the most fuel efficient cars. Motorcycles produce less emissions and therefore less pollution than cars. Motorcycles weigh less than cars. On average, a motorcycle weighs around 500 pounds as compared to the over 5,000 pounds of a car or truck. And having only 2 wheels, we have much less impact on the road surfaces, which lessens the need for road surface maintenance. I'm a stagehand working in theater, film, and television, and I often have to travel in the early morning or late at night when the subways are not running regularly or reliably, which is why I have to have my own reliable and cheap mode of transport to make it to my work calls on time or to get home quickly to rest before the next call starts. In every way, motorcycles are a great human transport vehicle, and though not for everyone, are my best option at this time. In every other city that has implemented congestion pricing, motorcycles have been 100% exempt. So if we're following the other cities, I urge those of you who will be making these decisions to give motorcycles a 100% exemption. Thank you.
You. Our next speaker is Beryl Rosenberg, followed by Walter Iwashu. The next speaker is Walter Iwashu, followed by Ramon Lind. The next speaker is Ramon Lind, followed by Ricia Augusti. The next speaker is Ricia Augusti, followed by Ethan A.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Sure. My name is Risha Augusti, and I am a native New Yorker. I've been born and raised on Staten Island, and I want to tell you thank you for the work your team has done on this project and allowing for the public to issue comments. I agree with Ms. Michelle Grossman, Ms. Nadia Holobuski, and Drew Stillman, who spoke before me, and I apologize, Nadia, if I said your name wrong. I agree that we need to improve our environmental issues, but I do not agree with the congestive pricing. Living on Staten Island, I am disabled and I'm on a limited income and I'm a patient of Memorial Sloan Kettering. I physically cannot use the buses and subways. For those who have handicap stickers or plates, what toll will we pay? Are we exempt? For those who have Easy Pass, will there be a spot on our account that would indicate that we have a handicap sticker or plate so that we are able to obtain the discount or exemption? In addition, some of the funds that you are going to be receiving, would it help the transportation on Staten Island? It is not fair and right that the other boroughs benefit, but not Staten Island. For example, the tunnel that was partially built between Staten Island and Brooklyn, or the disabled train tracks in Mariners Harbor. Why not issue small tolls on other bridges and tunnels that were not charged instead of doing this congestive pricing? Why isn't our buses and subways clean like other counties and other countries, for example, Canada? The MTA has received plenty of money over the years, but not really have kept their promises to New Yorkers. The MTA needs to create more jobs, for example, creating an MTA police instead of heavily depending on NYPD. What about the parents who have children who have cancer and need to get to appointments? Most train elevators, subways don't work, and the people who are disabled can't use them either. The disabled and elderly and the residents of the borough of Staten Island are forgotten, and it's a shame. Staten Islanders pay the highest tolls compared to all the other boroughs. What about the environmental impact to Staten Island? There is no information about that. Also, lastly, I'm very concerned about the monies collected would not be allocated properly and into the pockets of top management. Would there be a freeze on top management salary yearly? Please consider not doing this. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you. The next speaker, the 120th person to sign up, is Ethan A., followed by Joel Gutierrez. The next speaker is Joel Gutierrez, followed by Jason Nelson. The next speaker is Jason Nelson, followed by Janice Gardner. The next speaker is Janice Gardner, followed by Sydney Moskowitz. The next speaker is Sydney Moskowitz, followed by Ronald Weissman. The next speaker is Ronald Weissman, followed by Tylee Waters. The next speaker is Tylee Waters, followed by Ron Simoncini. The next speaker is Ron Simoncini, followed by Hertzberg. The next speaker is Hertzberg, followed by Kathy Burton. The next speaker is Kathy Burton, followed by Sue Lau. The next speaker, our 130th person to sign up, is Sue Lau, followed by Magdemery Marcano. Sue Lau, if you unmute yourself, you may proceed.
Hi, I live in Queens. I was born in Manhattan, lived in Queens all my life, except for college. I don't think the congestion pricing is fair for really anyone. It's just a money grab for the MTA. After all, they raised the tolls for the Howland Tunnel and George Washington Bridge, and supposedly to pay for the new World Trade Center. You know, it's just a money grab. So it's just more for the poor and the middle class to pay. Some of us live in a transportation desert. I mean, I'm lucky enough to live near a train station, except that I have to pay for it. I don't see why, just because you're in Manhattan, I want to go to Manhattan, I can go in there. I'm already paying enough taxes, you know, just to go to work. It's like the MTA is saying that there's a drop in riders. Except that you should ask, why is there a drop in riders? It's because the trains and the buses are not safe. I mean, I'm Asian, I'm a woman. I don't feel safe going on the trains. I mean, this is during the peak hours and I still don't feel safe. I've basically told my office that I'm just like, I still freak out going on the train. So you have to address that. Don't just ask money. Oh, we want to expand. Expand for what? Expand for who? It's not for me, certainly, because I'm still freaking out just going on the train. If I'm just one rider who's basically saying, I can't go on the train, how many others are there? Unless you can bring us back to get your revenue up, don't tax other people because of your shortcomings. I mean, good for the people in Manhattan, because like the police are crawling, probably where that lady in the CBD district is living. But here, I mean, it's, the saying, there's never a cop when you need one. And that certainly applies to when I go on the train. I look at the news and I freak out when I have to take my dog. I just read, oh, there's a stabbing at, Queensboro Plaza. That's at Queensboro Plaza. I'm freaking out just taking my dog to the vet. I mean, how to expect me to go to work? Okay. I think that you're being unfair for people who basically have to drive. And even the people at work who basically saying that, we're willing to look at discounted parking because they want the employees to come. They don't want their employees to freak out on the transportation system. That's unsafe. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Magdamari Marcano, followed by Don Kojak. Next speaker is Don Kojak, followed by Jorge Urena. Don, if you unmute, you can proceed with your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hi, thank you. This is Dawn Kojak. Good Sunday afternoon, and thank you for this week's open public comment sessions. I'm trying to marinate my mind within this concept of congestion pricing and the opening presentation on fundraising. And I loosely understand all the theoretical pros and cons to implementing it, but I also understand why some people are against it and why some of us believe it's an already done deal. I think we all want a clean clean air. I'm doing the same as others to contribute to the goal as well. I take public transit, I ride a bicycle, and as a pedestrian, I've been hit by a bicycle. And traffic violence and aggression doesn't simply involve car drivers. There's bikes, there's motorized bikes. Being hit by a bike does not feel good. Of course, I'm pro-environment and I use a lot of public transit, but I'm against this congestion pricing here and now. And I agree that it's not fair to Midtown residents and residents who live below. I ask that you seek and pursue another method to fundraise and to bring monies into the system. Why you'd propose this additional burden when the city is trying to rebuild and bring working people back to work in person in Midtown and come to town for entertainment and to receive medical care here in the city post-pandemic is beyond comprehension. And your slides had a lot of data on them, and I apologize, I likely missed some of the highlights, but I think the theoretical concepts are great on paper, but concepts like elevator speed might work great if we're robots, but we're not. We're human beings. We might drop something. We have kids that don't walk 6 miles an hour. I live in Midtown West. I've been here for 30 years. I recently walked past a bus that was retrieving theater goers from a popular theater on 52nd Street. The bus couldn't pull over because of restaurant space occupying street space. So the bus blocked traffic for 10 minutes. It was still there when I returned from my trip, picking up the people. And God knows the traffic went even further west than 8th Avenue. So people have to pay an additional $20 per day to simply walk out the front door and get into the vehicle to go out into the world and earn a living. Personally, I have 3 part-time jobs. I work as a substitute teacher during the school year. I work as an actor, a background actor in our city's wonderful TV and film industry. And I work as a legal billing assistant. And if you include my poll working job 2 to 3 days a year, it's another job. I don't own a car, but when I need a car, I rent one from one of the Midtown locations. I might have a call time at 4 a.m. in Rockland or Westchester. I can't just jump on a bike. I have wardrobe that I have to carry with me. Renting a vehicle is already a financial burden, and having to pay this additional charge would just be a nightmare. I request that you ideally find another way to handle this fundraise. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jorge Urena, followed by Kenny Tai. Next speaker is Kenny Tai, followed by Michi Mi. Next speaker is Michi Mi, followed by Lawrence Zimmer. Next speaker is Lawrence Zimmer, followed by Deborah Weiss. Next speaker is Deborah Weiss, followed by Emma Cupola. Next speaker is Emma Cupola, followed by Renee Yeomans. The next speaker is Renee Yeomans, followed by Lorenz Skeeter. The next speaker is Lorenz Skeeter, followed by John Trantos. The next speaker is John Trantos, followed by Ray Richards. The next speaker is Ray Richards, followed by Suzette Francis. The next speaker is Suzette Francis, followed by Francis Vaughn. The next speaker is Francis Vaughn, followed by April Beckles. Next speaker is April Beckles, followed by Carol Poutre. April, if you're able to unmute yourself, you can proceed with your comment.
Yes. All right. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing my opinion to be heard. I just want to say I disagree with this plan. As a Pennsylvania resident of only 10 years, but most of my 30 plus years living and working in New York, I now try to limit my commute back and forth by staying with family and friends already in the New York area due to increases in gas, tolls, now food and other essentials. And now this increase to suburban commuters like myself, I feel crushed as a working person of New York City, you know, whom once coming through the Holland Tunnel for my commute and paying at the Holland Tunnel will now have to pay another toll immediately thereafter, upwards of $23, which is now absurd to me, and I really disagree with it. Also, since you believe that this plan is likely to divert traffic into other boroughs such as Queens and I believe Staten Island you mentioned as well, then these other communities will now be polluted with gas emissions and also congested with traffic, which is not really considering New York City as a whole. Or maybe you are considering them because at a later date, this is also expected to happen in other boroughs. Also, a tax credit only being offered to CBD residents with a minimal credit or discount or any incentive to those who are doomed to pay these tolls like myself is just unfair to me, and I just disagree. In order for someone like me to be pushed to public transportation, I would have to drive my vehicle to somewhere in New Jersey, then jump on a New Jersey transit, to then travel all the way to New York City to an unsafe and unreliable New York transit system. Who knows what time I've had to leave my house at this point. And this will really disturb my mental wellness, and just having to travel like that and is just a lot to me. So I believe maybe a possible suggestion is creating maybe times and dates for truck deliveries, which go into the city in this area, which seem to be the greatest problem in the area. Maybe there's something that can be implemented with different times and dates, just the same way during the pandemic that was created to even go to the store and shop. Again, I thank you for allowing my opinion to be heard. And once again, I do disagree with this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carol Poutre, followed by Yuki Endo.
Hello? Carol Poutre, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm Carol Poutre. I'm retired. I live in the East Village on a fixed income, and I have a car. Needless to say, money is always an issue. I need I'm hearing an echo here, sorry. All right.
Hear you fine.
All right. I live in a fixed income and I have a car. Needless to say, money is an issue. I need my car as I have an elderly brother on Long Island and a daughter with a new baby in Queens, both of whom I see once a week. I also do community outreach to a neighbor currently in a nursing home in Westchester. If I relied on public transportation to see them, it would easily take me 2 hours each way. I need a car and I don't have any extra money in my budget for these excessive charges. People who live in Manhattan who have cars generally do not drive around visiting and doing errands, as parking is impossible, what with bus lanes, bike lanes, dining sheds, city bike kiosks, and parking regulations. We mostly use our cars to go out of Manhattan and return home. We are hardly the cause of traffic congestion. It's disgraceful that half of us will be penalized because we live south of 60th Street. We need to be exempt. As to some reasons for traffic congestion, in 2013, the city spent $55 million to close southbound traffic on Broadway at Times Square and shortly thereafter at Herald Square to create pedestrian plazas. PR hype aside, cutting out 3 lines of downtown traffic and rerouting them to side streets and parallel avenues causes major traffic congestion. In 2015, when it was voted that there would be no cap on the number of Uber cars on the road, there were only 25,000 Uber cars in New York City. A study after 4 months found that there was no increase in traffic because of this rule. Well, fast forward to 2022 with a whopping 80,000 New York City Uber drivers, and tell me that's not a major cause of traffic congestion. Almost every third car on the road has a T in their license plate. Check that out next time you're on the road. Also in 2015, $2.4 billion was spent to expand the number 7 train line to Hudson Yards, the failed playground of the rich. Wouldn't that money have been better spent fixing the crumbling MTA infrastructure? And lastly, with rising inflation and businesses still recovering from the effects of COVID, is this really the time to implement a program that will increase the cost of goods even more and literally take money out of the pockets of the middle class? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yuki Endo, followed by Suraj Boj. Our next speaker is Suraj Boj, followed by Paul Chan. Our next speaker is Paul Chan, followed by Caleb Pan. Our next speaker, the 150th person to sign up, is Caleb Pan, followed by Christopher Greif.
Hi, can you see me, hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. So, hi everyone. My name is Caleb Pan. I grew up in Brooklyn. I've taken the subway my entire life. I currently live in Flatbush. I'm just gonna get straight to the point. It's a Sunday. I know we all want to get out of here, including myself. First off, shout out to the good people at the MTA, New York City DOT, New York State DOT, US DOT for keeping our subways, trains, and buses running, and therefore New York City running. All of you deserve an applause and appreciation for keeping one of the biggest economies in the entire world running 24/7, 365 days of the year. And secondly, I am for the congestion charging with little to no exemptions. New York City has known since the 1970s, and that's 50 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, 50 years ago, that there were too many motor vehicles going into Manhattan. There are almost 2 million motor vehicles coming in and going out of Manhattan every day. That's the entire population of New York City. 8 million cars, trucks, vans from Long Island, upstate New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, going through a tiny portion of New York City in 1 week. We have a geometry problem, folks. We cannot fit all these cars in New York City. We've bulldozed neighborhoods. We've filled our air with noise and pollution. and we've given up our very limited space to bridges, tunnels, roads, highway, streets, all to support motor vehicles, all of which is costing billions and billions of dollars every year to maintain, because there are over 8 million cars that shouldn't be here in the first place. We've acquiesced to the motor vehicle driving public for over 50 years, ladies and gentlemen. This is not a tenable situation. Let's make this congestion charge thing happen. And most importantly, let's make sure that the money we make from this that's up to $15 billion goes to funding public transportation infrastructure only. That's buses, that's trains, that's subway, rail, and bicycling infrastructure, and nothing else. Let's make sure our subways and buses get the love and attention that they deserve. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. I'm looking forward to a better version of New York City, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good rest of your weekend.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christopher Grafe, followed by anonymous number 2.
Good afternoon. I'm Christopher D. Grafe. I hope everyone's doing well. As an advocate for people with disability, representing every advocate titles I have, I like to also agree with the gentleman behind me. Also, we need to focus on the structure of the subways, Long Island Railroad Metro to make it more ADA accessible. But we also got to remember also that people who are in group homes, they have programs, they have those special plaques. And the one thing that I hope our press people are listening very carefully, please always remember that seniors and people with disabilities are a part of this too. And the one thing is we need to make sure that information is going out correctly. We need to make sure that information is going out for seniors and people with disabilities. And we need to make sure that information is gone out where discounts are coming in. If we have reduced fare prices, we need to know where the reduced fare prices for people who have those plaques or agencies that transport them to the doctors in Manhattan or from Queens to Manhattan, Staten Island to Manhattan, where it goes from Brooklyn to Manhattan or the Bronx to Manhattan. We need to make it clear that information needs to go out and those plaques needs to be going out. So DOT for city and state, we need to make sure we work on that as well, because accessibility is the main reason why I advocate for accessibility. We need to make sure our buses, our subways, and our subway trains, Long Island Railroad, Metro North, everything is truly ADA accessible. That's why there is called the American Disability Act there since 1990. Some of you may have heard me that we need to have more accessibility. We need it very much. We also need to make sure that bicycles need to follow the same laws. Yes, number 1, wearing a helmet. 2, follow the traffic light signals. And 3, cars that are in bus stops, get them off. Enough is enough. How can a senior or a person with disability can get on and off the bus safely? It is not the bus driver's fault or the accessorized drivers. It's the cars that need to follow the laws. So please, guys, let's work together and let's get this accessibility and the congestion price in, or do something about it to make sure information goes out. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is anonymous number 2, followed by Zach Weinberg.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm against congestion pricing, or at least with some regard to people that are going in for medical reasons. You know, some people have said, oh, you can take paratransit. Some of us are not eligible for that. Some of us are immunocompromised even before COVID. There are, you know, we get radiation at some point in treatment. We have to go in daily and we're too weak to go on a train. Some of us live in Westchester or in the northern Bronx or not close to take multiple multiple modes of transportation to get to NYU or to Sloan. And I won't belabor the point because it's been made before, but I think it's a population that needs to be thought of and represented here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Zach Weinberg, followed by Deborah Greif. Our next speaker is Deborah Greif, followed by Lena De La Cruz.
Hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes,
Okay,
we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Deborah Greif. I am a lifelong subway and bus rider. I also am a use accessoride. I am in favor of congestion pricing, but I also want to say that there are parts of downtown Brooklyn, so I live in Brooklyn, that is crowded beyond belief. The same in Long Island City, other part, and right near all the bridges and the tunnels. It's impossible for the accessorized vehicles to get us through because there's so many cars and we have to wait for them to make it through. Frustrating because I was with a patient who had to go to Sloan Kettering. They were late and I was late to my special eye doctor appointment because we had to wait for all the traffic, for all the cars to figure out how to get through the Brooklyn Battery, well, I call it Brooklyn Battery, it's now known as UCarry. I'm also frustrated when I'm also on the city buses and cars are blocking the driver from getting me in safely, or in Manhattan, I use a walker now. I can actually walk faster than most buses, especially the one on 42nd Street. Now I'm 64. If I can beat that bus, that's not good because all I see is traffic, traffic, traffic. I see the buses that take people, the express buses who try to get people to go into New Jersey as well as Staten Island, Brooklyn, the Bronx, and Queens. They're blocked because there's so many other cars involved. I understand the frustration. Yes, it costs money, but also it's not fair for people with disabilities, whether seniors or young people with disabilities, that we can't get around because we rely on special vehicles to get us around. You need to see that this funding has to go to improve the true accessibility for the subways, not just elevators, but ramps and more. If they can also do flat escalators that they in certain stores have, so it's easier for people with wheelchairs and walkers can access the subways when we need to. Thankfully, I have a young son who can help me. And yes, I do know how, and there are times we've had elevators that I'm going back to Brooklyn because they didn't know what time accessory should pick me up. So I had to go uptown to go downtown because the elevator was broken. But I still knew how to get around because I use all the apps. So I'm in favor of congestion pricing, but I think you also have to include the other parts of the boroughs that are so congested near the buses and the tunnels. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lena De La Cruz, followed by Mark Kagan. Next speaker is Mark Kagan, followed by Howard Birnbaum. Next speaker is Howard Birnbaum, followed by Aaron Liu. Howard, if you unmute yourself, you may proceed.
Hello, you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. I want you for this part, with this price, I want you to scratch it and start all over again. It's not fair for the people have to pay double because it's not fair to them. And also, why don't we go back to the private bus line we used to have and stuff like that. It'd be better that way, the one by the private line instead of by the MTA. And every year, they won't worry about money. They have lots of money right now, and I feel that is to slash this whole project. It's not fair for the people. If you do this, you have a lot of people leaving, and the taxis are going to be chapter 11, and also the MTA will go chapter 11. And also, the governor is running for re-election, and she's for this, and Chuck Schumer's for this. And because if this goes through, it'll be big trouble. I want to tell you right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Aaron Liu, followed by Frank Risi. The next speaker is Frank Risi, followed by Madeline Rumley. The next speaker, our 160th person to sign up, is Madeline Rumley, followed by Kevin Martin.
Hello. Hope you can hear me okay.
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Hold on one second. Okay, I'm sorry. I was getting feedback. Okay, I'm a working mom with a 2-year-old whose great-grandparents were born in East New York, Brooklyn. And I've been taking the subway every day pretty much since the 1980s when I was born, even during the pandemic to get to work in Midtown. I fully support congestion pricing. In the middle of the spring of 2021, I was in a crosswalk when a distracted driver blew through a stop sign and struck my stroller. By some miracle, I can walk and my child is still alive. But I rely on the subways and buses, and in response to people like Michelle Grossman and other people who live in Manhattan and complain about how unreliable the trains are, I'm that mom who lives on the B train that's suspended on the weekends. I take the subway at 5 or 6 a.m. in the morning. I took the subway to the hospital to give birth. I had to buy a car seat for a car that I don't own in order to take him home. I struggled on and off buses with a C-section, stitches, because the subways are not accessible, and I fully understand and I feel bad for people who have issues getting on and off trains. It's very hard, especially with a kid. This is my only option. My husband has a disability. He doesn't drive. I take the train sometimes at 5, 6 in the morning to get to work, and oftentimes as late as midnight to get home, with hundreds of thousands of other people, many of whom are children and our parents. I take the D train to go visit my family in the Bronx from Brooklyn, and it can take 2 to 3 hours. Sometimes by car, it takes 35 minutes. This system is not fair. It's broken. My family's been here over 100 years. I've never seen so many cars as somebody who lives in Brooklyn and lives in an outer borough and has family in another outer borough, the Bronx, and in Washington Heights. I pay taxes and I deserve a good system. Thank you. I fully support congestion pricing.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kevin Martin, followed by Jason Gares. The next speaker is Jason Gares, followed by Rajinder Singh.
Hi there, how's it going? Hi, my name is Jason Gers, and I live on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. I'm also the former chair of the Manhattan Activist Committee with Transportation Alternatives. When my father grew up in East Flatbush, Brooklyn in the 1950s, his childhood was the stuff of New York City legend. You know, the streets were shared space where neighborhood kids could gather to play stickball. Now, as I'm raising my daughter in the city, the idea of letting her play in the street seems absolutely insane. I live in constant fear that one day my one and only child will be taken away from me by a careless driver. When I was a child, my aunt was taken away from me by a hit and run driver, and several of my young classmates also lost their lives in crashes, one after another, in a drumbeat of pain. All this is on my mind every day when I take my daughter to school. Our daily bike commute is a nerve-wracking ordeal. Drivers are more selfish and antisocial than ever. 6,000-pound vehicles blocking the bike lanes, parking on the sidewalks, disfiguring their plates to avoid accountability. As they avoid double parked trucks, vehicles cross over the median headlong into us without the slightest hesitation. As we cross the crowded Williamsburg Bridge entrance, thousands of toll shopping drivers enter and exit Manhattan for free, creating unsustainable levels of congestion on narrow neighborhood streets. Every single time I cross this bridge entrance, drivers blatantly run the red lights just to avoid a few extra seconds of sitting in their cars. Our addiction to cars hurts no one more than our children. Our children who can't walk themselves to school because the street isn't safe. Our children who suffer with asthma or can't play outside because it's too hot. Our children who will ultimately have to bear the financial burden of repairing a city constantly flooding due to climate disruption. Most of the folks in this hearing opposing congestion pricing have one simple message: I shouldn't pay, someone else should pay. If we don't enact immediate limits on car congestion, it is our children who will pay the toll in the form of an increasingly unlivable city. I understand the short-term pain that this policy will cause, but just like the pain of childbirth, the pain of congestion pricing is necessary to finally bring New York City out of the Robert Moses era and into the 21st century. The fact that people are so vocal about the pain of congestion pricing is proof that it's going to work. Congestion pricing will reduce pollution, noise, danger. It will make commercial deliveries easier and less expensive as workers spend fewer hours stuck in traffic or looking for parking. We need congestion pricing now, no exemptions. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rajinder Singh, followed by Rebecca Schoaf.
Hello?
We can hear
Hello?
you.
Okay, yes. I wanted to ask some questions regarding, for the yellow cab medallions, regarding this congestion price. Where was this congestion, where was this problem with congestion when 100,000 Uber and Lyft cars were added illegally to the New York City transportation industry? Where was the congestion and pollution environmental ideas then? This idea is just brought up right now because the MTA needs more money, even though they already received a lot of money from the federal government for doing absolutely nothing for the pandemic era. Sorry?
Could you please speak a little slower? Thank you.
Yes, no problem. Then another problem comes in is the for medallion owners, for drivers, we already paid for a hail to drive and pick up people in the city. That's why we paid for it, so we don't have any other restrictions in regards to picking up passengers. We can't stay in one part of the city and pick up passengers. Passengers don't come to us. We have to go to them. We have to look around for passengers and pick them up. We are more accessible than the MTA. We have more wheelchair accessible cars. We're more environmentally friendly right now because we're adding hybrids and electric cars. Yet, in a regard, the MTA as a department of the government isn't even completely part of the government. Why are we paying for a competitor basically to in the transportation industry for them to stay afloat? Many people added that the MTA would in the New York City would become like London. It wouldn't. The metro in London was already profitable before the pandemic. The pandemic took them down. The MTA was never profitable because of mismanagement. And we already pay to the MTA $2.50 per trip and $50.50 MTA tax. And we already pay $800 per year per a car for the road tax to drive a car. People keep saying that the MTA is going, the MTA needs more funds, but what do they do with these funds? We don't know. There's never accountability. Execs keep taking money, but nothing ever gets done. Empty buses that are running in the city, nobody complains about them. There's no passengers in them, and they're still running. There's these new restaurant sheds posted up. Nobody said anything about them. They created a lot of traffic because we can't park anymore. They've taken up the parking, so most people double park. Then we also have the entry and the point of staying in working in NYC. If you keep taking people's livelihood away, if you reduce the traffic and congestion, or in a way congestion, economic viability in New York City, people will leave. The business district, the idea, it will die down. People will move elsewhere. That's what happens when you don't allow people to flourish as a society, as people. We don't need cars, but we need cars at the moment. It's not a future problem, it's a problem today. That's why thank you for listening, and I hope you really do pay attention to this. It's an important idea for everybody that lives in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Schoaf, followed by Stephen Wong.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Schoaf, and I'm a resident of and small business owner in the South Bronx. I do not own a car and mostly get around the city on the subway and bus. The fact that we are on the verge of adopting congestion pricing makes me proud to be a New Yorker. I think New York is the best city on earth, but it's also one of the most unique. I love that we will be the first city in the nation to implement congestion pricing. I'm proud that in this area, we are setting the standard for how a 21st century city should get around. If you've ever watched in agony as an ambulance with its siren on becomes stuck in gridlock traffic with nowhere to go, knowing that a fellow New Yorker might be dying inside or somewhere nearby because help cannot get to them, then you know that we need a traffic reduction plan now. The specific congestion pricing scenario selected should have the most significant impact possible on both traffic reduction and increased funding for much needed capital improvements on public transportation. We can't demand subway improvements without giving the MTA funding to do so. The tolling plan will make it possible for the MTA to continue making improvements to infrastructure, service, and accessibility, such as the recent implementation of the M125 bus service in Manhattan and the South Bronx that I enthusiastically applaud and am extremely grateful for. As a Bronx resident, I want to stress that given the existing long-term negative and racist impacts of cross-Bronx expressway traffic pollution on Bronx children, I urge the project sponsors to select a plan that does not significantly increase truck traffic on the cross-Bronx expressway, which as I understand it would be scenario C or G. I believe that this plan should be just the start of turning New York City into an international transit model for the future. The tolling plan of my dreams is far broader and more radical, one that extends beyond the CBD and draws enough revenue that subways, buses, and ferries are made completely free for all New York City residents, if not suburban commuters and tourists. The New York City citizens of the future need us to act with courage, imagination, vision, and audacity to address the climate emergency today. I love the boldness of this plan, and I hope we will embrace its potential to transform the long-term future of New York City and, through example, the rest of the country and the world. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stephen Wong, followed by Mamadou Diallo. The next speaker is Mamadou Diallo, followed by Juan Goris. The next speaker is Juan Goris, be followed by Christina Poncel.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you see me? Okay, great. So my name is Juan Goris, and I completely oppose the MTA price congestion. One reason is because I fall within the catchment area of the pricing, of the congestion pricing. Some cities have adopted the congestion prices, such as London talks about they save commuters 148 hours per year. That's about 5 minutes per month if they leave their home earlier. San Diego has congestion prices, and they have something that favors the rich, the Lexus lane. The congestion prices burdens the poor and favors the rich. Environmental impact is to a minimum. What really causes environmental concern is the building, boiler emission and industrial, not vehicle. There's already a penalty for trucks and vehicle. So in sum, the MTA fails to prove that it will improve air quality by reducing emission for cars. Reducing traffic congestion is a failed model presented by MTA. The MTA revenue is not the responsibility of the people of New York, the New Yorkers. The MTA is anti-car, pro-traffic. Already there's a congestion pricing. It's called bridges and tunnels. Also Biden inflation, and hardcore economic. Corporate governance model is used to justify the congestion prices. In conclusion, New Yorkers should not pay for MTA financial mismanagement. I call on everyone to write an opposition letter to the Federal Highway Transportation Administration, to your elected official, to oppose. It does not favor the poor, the disabled. It favors the rich. MTA is not green. It takes a lot of energy to produce electricity, and that's not green. No company is green that is in business. New York City residents should not pay the congestion pricing. MTA is not qualified to run this survey. It should be done by the Federal Highway Transportation System, because the MTA will be biased in this survey. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christina Poncel, followed by Gordon Lee.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for your time and consideration today. I am very concerned about this proposal. First, it is not equitable and will further divide New York City by income and continue to push out the working class, which the city relies on. Second, I want to highlight the importance of the exception for vehicles transporting people with disabilities. As someone with a disability, I am unable to take the train and am forced to rely on vehicles to get around. This includes my many different doctor's appointments, most of which fall within the proposed CBD. Without an exception for vehicles transporting people with disabilities, this proposal could arguably be in violation of the Americans with Disability Act. As of May 2022, only 29% of subway stations are accessible. This does not even take into account broken elevators and the sanitary concerns at the stations. Since the subway system is not accessible, taxing vehicles transporting persons with disabilities would not provide a safe and effective transportation alternative for disabled people. The best way to get people to use the subway system is to improve the system first, including safety, sanitation, timeliness, reliability, and accessibility. An alternative to this discriminatory proposal that would create more disparity between classes and will have a much higher impact than anticipated on goods and services would be to consider adding a penny tax for a determined amount of time for all purchases made in New York City. This will reduce the individual burden while achieving the goal to increase funding for the MTA. With that funding, the system could be improved and naturally less cars will be on the road. I strongly recommend that this program not move forward and that the city and MTA find a more equitable solution. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gordon Lee, to be followed by Craig Smith. The next speaker, the 170th person, To sign up is Craig Smith, followed by Vince Malfitano.
You could thank Michael Bloomberg for initiating this pricing congestion plan when he came in and he left the city with more money than he could count. And now his predecessors is continuing the robbery. MTA, I'm really mad at y'all for siding and then y'all taking all the blame. Like it's the problem of the MTA and you know you're not gonna get all the money and you get enough money from the state and the federal government. All these, before gentrification and all these people started coming back into the cities, they called the city, you know what they called the city, but now they have a problem because they don't have enough money to buy a car. But they could go to $200 a night plays. Come on, it's just another cash cow. Fired city workers are not even back to work. Fired city workers are not even back to work. So now you want to bleed the city some more. It's bad enough that Rodriguez put the cameras with Adams with the cameras. So it's a cash cow. And I don't like y'all being the scapegoat for this. I really don't. Because everybody's flocking back into the cities when they didn't want to come to the cities before. Take your headphones off your bikes. And if you want a car, you save enough to get a car. Stop trying to tax us to death. And then when you can't get your coffee because the truck can't deliver coffee to the coffee machine, then you're going to say, why the trucks ain't getting in there. I'm tired of hearing this. You get enough money from the bridges. And I take the bridges with Easy Pay. Some $60 every time coming out of my account. I mean, come on. Fired city workers are not even back to work. And you can thank Michael Bloomberg. You know he don't pay no congestion price. And then now it's being carried out by Adams. And new transportation's run who Adams just appointed. Y'all need to stop. Y'all get enough money. The trains have been having a problem since the turn of the century when August Beaumont built the train system. So stop putting the blame on public transportation. They get enough money. You ain't got enough money to buy a car. People save up all their life to get a motor vehicle for privacy. But now that you don't have enough money to buy it, you've got a problem with it. Took me, stop it. Oh, y'all need to stop it, or you privileged, want to be privileged. Get out. You didn't even want to go to the Bronx.
Conclude your remarks.
You didn't want to go to the Bronx.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vince Malfitano, followed by Margaret May. Vince, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Hello?
You
Hello?
may begin your remarks.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if I have the video, but in any case, I'm in my 70s. My family's been in New York for 120 years. Own businesses. My dad was a doctor, made house calls all over the city. I'm a retired teacher. I do volunteer work. From Westchester County, I drive down and I try to help kids out. I don't know how the hell I'm going to keep doing it. Between Biden's ridiculous economic failure, our idiotic Democrats in New York, I'm almost getting priced out of being able to stay in New York. Couple of quick things. Everybody knows your environmental assessment will be approved by Biden. I've been involved in land use for 30 some years. And when's the last time you ever heard of an impact statement coming back? Oh, it's going to have a negative impact. Right. Couple of other thoughts. A lot of people mentioned earlier, yeah, You're going to shift the burden of this whole traffic thing to the outer boroughs. Everybody knows that. When I used to go into the city some time ago, you ought to see the cars backed up by Woodlawn Avenue, up by Dyer, up by Pelham Parkway for the 6 train. Everybody up by Manhattan College and get on the end of the subway lines. You guys are going to push all of this stuff back out into the other boroughs, but you know that already. This is a $1 billion a year money grab. I get it. But I'm just making a polite suggestion out there for the folks who are listening to this that might be paying attention to what's really happening here. This is your failed Democratic leadership trying to find ways to squeeze more money out of people from some pie in the sky idea of solving pollution and congestion. By the way, they created both by taking away traffic lanes, putting restaurants in the middle of the street, all of the bike lanes. 2-lane roads are now 1 lane. All over New York, traffic is backed up the wazoo. Traffic is stalled, creating immense pollution and the traffic hazards you're talking about. You guys, look, I know you're drawing a salary, and I get the game. But I'm not going to be fooled by this kind of stupidity. I hope the people out here actually do understand that it's your Democratic Party, the people that you've been voting for are screwing you big time. And you're going to let them get away with it. Well, not me. I'm voting Republican. I'm voting for Zeldin. And I pray to God Chuck Schumer does not stay as majority leader of the Senate. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Margaret May, followed by Darby Moses. Margaret, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks. Margaret, you're currently muted. Margaret, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Had a little bit of difficulty there with the technology. So I've been listening from the very beginning. I appreciate the panelists' presentations. They were very informative. It taught me a lot. I also appreciate all the people who've spoken. Some very intelligent responses and comments. And so from my position, after listening to everybody, I have to say that at this point, I'm in opposition to this plan. I mean, I'm in support of a lot of the ideal motives behind it, but in very practical ways and in also financial repercussions for the people who will be suffering so much from this plan, as those who have already spoken. That is where I stand. And for me, some of the major points I'd like to make, again, which so many others have made, are the concerns about people who either are disabled or have medical problems, people who are suffering from certain types of diseases, whether it's cancer or other forms of illness, where they really have to rely and need the ability to go to the world's top-notch hospitals that we have here in the city that we're so thankful for in the first place, and to be able to get to them with the ability to have that protection and that reliability to go and receive those services. So that's number one for me. Also, we talk about congestion, well, and the problems that exist right now, which DOT and the rest of the city has not gotten under control, are the bicyclists. And so I'm sure there's even going to be more problems with bicycle congestion and the failures of regulating the bicyclists in the city. And I'm a native New Yorker. I've grown up here and I've experienced everything, so many changes from back in the 60s to now. So that's another problem that really bothers me, is that what's going to happen with the regulation of the bicyclists, which hasn't even been dealt with. And then of course our safety, especially as a result of the pandemic. So much has deteriorated in our city. The bail reform laws haven't supported any sense of safety for the regular person who lives here, who's a resident for their whole life. So I'm not in support of
Please
this
conclude
plan.
your remarks.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Darby Moses, followed by Juliet Federico. Our next speaker is Juliet Federico, followed by Shailesh Naik. Our next speaker and 175th to sign up is Shailesh Naik, followed by Kate Fletchel. Our next speaker is Kate Fletchel, followed by Frederick Springer. Our next speaker is Frederick Springer, followed by B. Dorsey. Our next speaker is B. Dorsey, followed by Noah Lenovitz. Our next speaker is Noah Lenovitz, followed by Lauren Houtman. Our next speaker is Lauren Houtman, followed by Brian Swift. Our next speaker is Brian Swift, followed by Tashana Watson.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. My name is Brian Swift. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I currently live in Brooklyn. I work as a designer and educator. I constantly need cars, vans, and trucks to move my machinery and products around the city. Despite this fact, I recognize the impact that cars have on our city, and I'm here to speak in support of congestion pricing. Cars undoubtedly make our city worse. They contribute to air, sound, and space pollution. They damage our roadways proportionally to their weight. They are dangerous to pedestrians, cyclists, and other roadway users. The congestion pricing zone is some of the most valuable real estate in the world. Why should we give away that real estate to move people in one of the least efficient methods? One of the major arguments against congestion pricing centers on the deficiencies within our transit system. We are all aware of and agree with those deficiencies, and congestion pricing is a means of funding the MTA such that it can fix those deficiencies. We should be aiming to disincentivize personal vehicles from coming into the city at all costs. This said, we still will need some commercial vehicles in the city to deliver goods, contribute to mass transit in the form of buses, and so on. I think we should opt for a tolling scenario that charges a high price with few exceptions. As such, I'm in favor of tolling scenario F, which will reduce the number of solo drivers on our roads. Thank you for your time, and I want to say goodbye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tashana Watson, followed by Mitchell Solomon. Our next speaker is Mitchell Solomon, followed by Sean DeGannon. Our next speaker is Sean DeGannon, followed by Christopher Haynes. Our next speaker is Christopher Haynes, followed by Joshua Thomas. Our next speaker is Joshua Thomas, followed by David Goldsmith. Our next speaker is David Goldsmith, followed by Robin Villa. Our next speaker is Robin Villa, followed by Jean Mako. Our next speaker is Jean Mako, followed by David Gentile. Our next speaker is David Gentile, followed by Darlene Francisco. Our next speaker is Darlene Francisco, followed by our 192nd speaker, Olive Freud. Our next speaker is Olive Freud, followed by Enrique Espinet.
Yes, Olive Freud. I live on the Upper West Side. The problem of air pollution and congestion in New York City must be addressed. And congestion pricing is a good way of addressing the problem and improving the quality of life in our city. Traffic is overwhelming and must be reduced. There are, however, shortcomings in this plan. As some have explained, if you reduce congestion and pollution below 60th Street, you may be pushing it above the street. They have a right to worry about that, but the problem, but they recognize there's a problem and has to be done, and that's where we start. Tolls will reduce traffic, but where are the plans to provide a better mass transit system? I would like to suggest some ways to encourage and to enhance mass transit. For example, on the West Side, where I'm very familiar with that, there's a railroad parallel to the highway, to the West Side Highway. And that railroad isn't used very much. It should be used. There shouldn't be all those commuters coming down the West Side Highway when they could be on that railroad. And it wouldn't cost anything to put them there. There's no infrastructure needed. The railroad's there and it goes into Penn Station or the Monahan Station. And that's the sort of thing all over the city that we should be doing. There should be buses and places and cars that connect with the subway and the railroad. That must be part of a congestion pricing study. Or what about this? What about extending the subways or elevated lines? For example, the number 7 going through the tunnel over to Secaucus and bringing everybody in, and the cars don't go near the Lincoln Tunnel. Then on the 60th Street not being the cutoff for the West Side Highway. There's no reason why people should be going down the West Side Highway. They go to Brooklyn, okay. But as they leave to enter the central business districts, they're told to be there.
Your remarks.
But anyways, I am glad that you started with the plan. Just improve it.
Thank you.
It does need congestion.
Our next speaker is Enrique Espinet, followed by Anonymous Speaker 3. Our next speaker is Anonymous Speaker 3, followed by Elizabeth Taveras. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Taveras, followed by Marta Cepeda. Our next speaker is Marta Cepeda, followed by Diana Ross. Our next speaker is Marta Cepeda. Marta, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks. Marta, if you unmute yourself, you can begin your remarks. If you're not,
Hello?
oh, we can hear you. You can begin your remarks.
Okay. The thing is that this is the Democrat doing this problem. The Republican would not do a problem like this. And another thing, how about the doctors and the nurses? They have to be going to the hospitals downtown. They have to be paying double. The nurses on call, the doctors, they have on call too. They shouldn't be paying all these congested prices. You know, the doctors have to be going back and forth, and the nurses too. And the employees, they're constantly going back to the hospital to work. And the people that have appointments, they have to go and come back, go and come back. It's not fair for the patients. It's not fair for the other people. They have to be, it's a luxury for you to drive in New York. New York is the best world place to live in this world. We should enjoy driving. But if you want us to pay for these motorcycles, these mopeds, you know, let them pay. You know, we shouldn't be paying. And it's not fair for us that we have to pay for other people's problems. We shouldn't pay for this. The taxi, I mean, they have to be paying double for their fares and the taxis and the bridges. You know, it's not fair for us. We never had these problems before. We shouldn't be having any of these problems. Fix the trains, fix the elevators, get elevators for the handicapped. You know, it's not fair for us to be paying for other people's problems. You know, you should get other ways for us to do and pay for these congestions. You know, double it up on the trains. If you want to do that, do double up on the trains. And, you know, so we could use the trains, fix the trains. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diana Ross, followed by Jean Mako. Our next speaker is Jean Mako, followed by Surdeep Upardi. Jean, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Hi. I just want you to know that I think this is really bad on multiple levels. First of all, a lot of this traffic was created by you. I remember when you first changed the traffic on First Avenue, I had to move my mother out of the neighborhood because she couldn't even cross the street. Between the traffic, the buses, and the bicyclists, it was ridiculous. And now you have all of the sheds. So I really think all of this needs to go back and be reevaluated. Secondly, this is not London. London has a beautiful tube system. We do not. London also has multiple exemptions. It is not a 24-hour pricing toll. There are stipulated hours. There's a week off for the holidays when no one is told. Let's be honest about this. Maybe change needs to come from within, not from the drivers. My family lives right in the middle of this. How am I supposed to visit my own family members, my own grandchild, without being told? I am a disabled person. I am a cancer patient. I cannot be on public transportation. I have doctors all over the city. How am I supposed to afford this? Your Accessoride is one of the worst programs there is around. I wouldn't even take it if I was totally blind, deaf, and dumb. That's how bad it is. Disabled people really need to have some kind of exemption. We need to be looked at. Senior citizens, disabled, come on, give us a break already. I can no longer from Brooklyn take the bridges because you destroyed the underpass going towards the bridges. And there's traffic almost 24/7 now getting out of Brooklyn because of what you decided to do. This is only going to worsen with this toll. And you know what? I've been watching this all day, just as much as you've been listening to it. And I admit some of your faces have been nice and some of your faces show how totally bored you are with all of us. And I really think that these panels are just to pacify us. I really think this is a done deal, but I honestly think it needs to be reevaluated tremendously. And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sudeep Upriti, followed by Steve Azor.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, hi. Thank you for letting me speak. I have a few points. Number one, we have a governor who says people to move out of state if they don't agree with her. So is this CBD toll program a way of her saying middle class people to move out of state? And number two, from time to time, MTA has always raised tolls and fares to cover their incompetence. They have constantly raised tolls, as far as I remember, from 2008. In 2008, gas toll was $5. Now it's 10.17. And I am a TLC driver, and we always faced a burden of MTA incompetence, including like they charge us $2.75 congestion surcharge starting from 2019, and they have been charging us a airport surcharge of $2.50 recently. We cannot pay for more surcharges, lots of surcharges, and still subways are dangerous. I heard a few of the panelists saying like subway systems are safe. Have they even rode subway after midnight? No, none of them have. They are just privileged person like who don't have to ride subways during midnight. And how does MTA thinks people living in outer borough afford more tolls when inflation is at its peak? And I just looked at the 2021 MTA employees payments, like top 10 of the employers make like 330K plus, and their highest employee made 412K. That increased overtime. So will that be frozen when the surcharge you were trying to implement? And how can MTA NYC people who make more money think we can afford it? Have they even tried surviving outside by making 10K, 100,000, and can they afford to pay the surcharge? No. MTA has always considered NYC residents as a cash cow. And I can bet that even after this congestion surcharge pricing, they will again come up with some saying, oh, we need more money, let's raise the taxes more. And one last thing I would like to add, ridership is down since 2020 due to COVID and increase in crime rates. MTA officials says like they will be facing a deficit of $2.5 billion by 2025. But yet they decided to spend $249 million policing to crack down on 200 million in fare evasion. I will be back with the London congestion system that everybody says is good. No, London congestion system is bad and it is considered the worst city with traffic currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Azor, followed by our 200th speaker to sign up for today, Bill Weber. Steve, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks. Steve, you're currently,
yes.
There we go.
Okay, great. Yes, so sorry about that. Thanks everybody. It's been a great, I've learned a lot. A lot of people already said things that I wanted to say. I think that this tax, this fee, this congestion pricing is more of a tax It's a tax on the poor or just on regular New Yorkers, people coming into the city. You want the city to do better, but being in the boroughs, having to spend extra money to come in, I think I'm going to find a lot more ways to stay in Queens or in Brooklyn or in the Bronx. I hear about the environmental stuff. This is not going to stop people from coming into the city. People are going to come into the city, not because they want to drive in the city, but because they have to. And they'll find a way by cutting back on other expenses that they would pay for, or passing the fees and the fines on to everybody else. I am an Uber driver. I drive nights because I don't like the don't turn left, don't turn right. I do think that if you did add more left and right turn signals to let the pedestrians walk and to let the drivers go, that would also help. Someone also stated earlier about merging of the traffic. That causes of the cars. That causes a lot of traffic. For instance, there's less streets. There's more bus lanes, which we needed. There's more bike lanes, which was also needed. Now we just need to try to get the bikers to actually stay on the bike lanes instead of being every place else. But then that leaves us with less streets, more merging, more sideway, roadway, houses, and the outdoor, all that stuff, the outdoor eating restaurants. They all make it harder for us to pick up and drop off passengers. So you wind up, like someone said, staying in the middle of the street, but there's one lane. So now you either drive to the end of the block where you're going to be in the crosswalk, or hope that there's a fire hydrant or something there to pick up or drop the people off. The Uber drivers, the taxi cabs are getting too much of the blame. Almost every block or every other block has construction going on, which takes up one lane or two lane. And I thought it was for safety issues, but when you look behind the barricade, it's their cars, pickups, material, they're building materials, other trucks. They're taking up one lane, sometimes two lanes. They need to find another way to get this money. New York is the greatest city in the world. It is not London. Do not compare us to London, because I'm not sure what their healthcare plan is like and stuff like that. But if we're going to look at something else, maybe we should look at their college tuition stuff and their healthcare plan, and find another way to feed this bottomless pit called the MTA. And also, they need to be investigated. Where's the money? That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Weber, followed by Avtar Dura.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for having this panel discussion today. My name is Bill Weber, and I'm running for New York State Senate from the 38th District here in Rockland County. One of the reasons why I'm running for office is because our current elected state senator here in Rockland, Elijah Melnick, has failed us here in Rockland County. He has said absolutely nothing for the last number of years, and now we are in a congestion pricing crisis. When I'm elected this coming January and into office, I will work to repeal the congestion pricing tax because it's unfair to the residents of Rockland. For far too long, the Rockland residents have been the redheaded stepchild of the MTA. We don't have one-seat service into New York City. We have very limited, unreliable service into the city. And that's why a lot of our residents do not use the services into the city. And frankly, with the ever increasing crime in New York City and in the subway systems, a lot of our residents, whether they're seniors, whether they're women, whether they're even younger adults, are afraid to take the rail lines into the city. So to impose a massive congestion pricing tax on our residents is not only insulting, it's crazy. And I'm going to help to prevent that from happening. I'm a certified public accountant for the last 25 years. The MTA, as everyone knows and everyone has mentioned in the past, has been mismanaged financially for decades. They need to get their house in order and not pass their bad, poor management decisions onto the residents of New York State. Again, I will work to repeal the congestion pricing tax because it's unfair. It's unfair to the police officers from Rockland who have to drive to the city to work. to the firemen, to the first responders, to the New York City public school teachers who commute into the city, to people like my wife and my daughter who like to go downtown Manhattan to go see plays and to go into restaurants and to visit all the great things that we love about New York City. We can't afford to pay an exorbitant tax in addition to the tolls on the bridge, in addition to the price, in addition to the fuel taxes that we pay, and in addition to the parking that we have to pay when we're in the city. Again, we need to repeal the congestion pricing tax. You guys need to start over and find a way to get your books in order and not put it on the hardworking middle-class people of Rockland County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've reached the final two speakers on the list. The next two speakers are Avtar Dura and New Yorker 101. After they have both had an opportunity to speak, we will call again the names of all speakers who we previously called but did not speak yet. As we make our way through the list of speakers for the second time, those present who have not spoken yet will be given an opportunity to comment. If you missed your name being called, did not sign up to speak but would like to speak, or have joined the Zoom under a name that is different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. You may also request to speak anonymously. Our next speaker is Avtar Dura, followed by New Yorker 101.
Hello. Jasmine.
You may
Hello.
begin your remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope anybody of you living in lower 60th Street in Manhattan, I hope, and you understand what is the congestion price, what is the problem, how start this problem. This start problem from 2012, when by the app start coming in New York City. There was no congestion problem before that. So you guys let them flooding in New York City. Now my question is, why we collecting money from lower 96th Street, $2.50, $3 to congestion price? If the congestion problem only lower 60th, you have anybody answer? Give me that. Number two, be helping. You want help failure department, New York City MTA, the failure department, and we already get failed because Uber come in city, take our job. So how come one failure department can help other failure department? So they are competitive. We are competition with them. We carry passenger, they carry passenger. So both we carry passenger in your city, serving. So how come we get more? Let me know if lower 60th and upper Manhattan is different Manhattan. When we bought the medallion, there were 5 borough permit. Means 5 borough can pick up hail anywhere. So that our legal right. Next point, I bought my car, that private property. I bought my meter, that private meter. And you gave us piece of metal to run in city, that the permit. The permit gave us to hail, that means hail. You do not put any condition over us, then sold the medallion. You can put any condition, any cause, a failure department, police department, or any department going to fail, we can collect money, help by the taxi. There are no cost. Next one, we collecting already $3 MTA fund each trip. So means each trip was doing $275, we collecting for them, same customer $3. That the illegal with the yellow cab, very, very like I can say nothing. You people must wake up. Congestion price is not for yellow cab. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker before we read our list of speakers a second time is New Yorker 101.
I have not seen one elderly person. Start over. I have not seen one elderly person speak in favor of congestion pricing at any of these meetings. The elderly count. The elderly are people too. Many elderly are not technology savvy and cannot get on Zoom to express their dissatisfaction. You are showing no consideration for the elderly, the sick, the business owners in the district who will be adversely impacted, the suburbanites who you will harm. You are showing no consideration except for the MTA. In light of the recent pandemic that required COVID-19, where social distancing was required, it is unhealthy and outrageous to want to pack people into this subway like sardines, where disease can spread rapidly and widely. Opposed to it. I say that. I'm opposed to congestion pricing. It should not be. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now read our list a second time, starting with those we believe are present. If you missed your name being called, did not sign up to speak, but would like to speak, or have joined the Zoom under a name that's different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. Our next speaker is Annie Jung. Annie?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Annie, you may begin your remarks.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
I can hear you.
Thanks for your time. I'm here to oppose this congestion pricing proposal. I want to start by saying that everyone wants less congestion. And as a resident of, trust me, I hate city congestion. But the way to address this isn't to increase fees and taxes on top of the existing congestion pricing we already pay, especially when the cost of living has skyrocketed in recent years and everyone I know is feeling.
Annie, we cannot hear you. You're currently muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Well, thanks for your patience. I'm here to oppose this congestion pricing proposal. I want to start by saying that everyone wants less congestion, including me. And as a resident of Midtown East of 9 years, trust me, I hate city congestion. But the way to address this isn't to increase fees and taxes on top of the existing congestion price we pay, especially when the cost of living has skyrocketed in recent years. And everyone I know is feeling that burden. The way to decrease congestion would be to make public transportation safe and reliable and accessible, and get rid of things like restaurant sheds that are causing traffic so obviously. And I'm happy for and jealous of those who said they feel completely safe on the subway, but that's just so out of touch with reality. I want to take the subway and buses over a cab or Uber. But as an Asian American woman who's been the subject of harassment on the subway, I find this proposal to be, frankly, a slap in the face. And I'm not alone. Unless safety and reliability are addressed, you're asking many city residents to choose between personal safety and being able to pay their bills. People who can't afford this, but have the ability to move, will move, and the wealth disparity in the city will be even bigger. Decreasing mobility of a population is never the answer. The city has so much to offer, and we shouldn't make traveling to the city harder for people. I think the theme of the comments we've heard today is pretty clear. The MTA should put time and existing resources into making public transportation more accessible, safe, and reliable first. This will naturally direct commuters towards public transportation and relieve congestion without putting extra economic burden on New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Miriam Fisher. Miriam, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes.
I'm a longtime supporter of traffic reduction for reasons environmental pollution, car domination of street space, and safety. I was hit by a yellow cab in 1984 in a coma for 9 days. I've spent a lifetime with permanent injuries and multiple back surgeries and hospitalizations. Less cars is more safety for all. I'm also writing to support exemptions from surcharges for people with disabilities. The 2019 law, which states qualifying vehicles for transporting people with disabilities has to be maintained, and the category qualifying clarified and expanded. This is a population with few transit choices. A prime example is subway inaccessibility. I'm a member of the Elevator Action Group, but I'm speaking for myself. All transportation options need to be accepted. Accessoride and all vehicles needed for transportation with disabilities. London is a model exempting both privately owned vehicles and also those driven by others and owned by others for people with disabilities with placards. This has not been in the dialogue and the agenda, and I want to use London as a model. Transportation for people for disabilities needs to be available for all life needs, not just medical visits. People with disabilities should be on equal status and participating in recreational, social, educational, as are people who are not disabled. Surcharges are a regressive tax in a largely low-income population of people with disabilities that is mainly unemployed and underemployed. Many are receiving low fixed income rates of disability benefits. A 2019 3/5/21 article in the New York Times, fewer than 1/2 of working age disabled adults in New York City are in the labor force. This was before the pandemic. Their unemployment rate has gone even worse. The money generated by congestion pricing should be earmarked on lockbox for the MTA capital plan, including supporting greater accessibility in the subway elevators for everyone. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We'll now start our second run through the list. If you hear your name and want to speak, please tell us in the Q&A. If you don't hear your name and you want to speak, please tell us in the Q&A. Philip Papelias, Rita Simpson, Inocencio Lopez, Warren Ashenmill, Diane Canino, Michael Murray, Jason Stahl, Diana Palermo, Lissetti Toussaint, Tim Lau, Mariel Felix, Susan Lazor, Ilan Cardenas Silverstein, Paul Campione, Elizabeth Fenimore, our next speaker will be Yuki Endo. Yuki,
Yeah.
please proceed.
Yeah. 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 Learning is you cannot listen or the right and then uh, I oppose the congregation pricing because they're not an innocent item and a student item and pay the highest toll for both NT and also the New Jersey bridges and then also the including the Grace community and then uh, uh, and then uh, and then thank you and and thank you.
Thank you. Judy Edwards, Danielle Quinn, Brian Seminario, Nissan Cornibert, Eugene Weston, Mary DiGregorio, Malky Sineski, Andy Pollock, Edgar Carmona, Carlos Castle Croak, Bruce White, Jack Kaplan, Thomas Miller, Vincent Purdy, Thomas Lepre, Nina Sabkir, Emily Christ, Adrian Camacho, Ari Teitelbaum, Manuel Valerio, Menachem Hornbacher, Phil Wong, Jennifer Sciano, Tish Lozier, Carlos Aleman, Jorge Zapata, Melissa Gaharsa, Jesse Parham, Catherine Cooney, Henry Ward, Enrique Jimenez, Alexander Vasilescu, Lisette Inshanali, Howard Stoker, Carolyn Robinson, James Matroni, Mohammed Akbar, Moreno DeMarco, Lydie Kane, Robert Kellman, Michael Goals, Mukul Biswas, Michael Riley, Richard Sonnenberg, Diane Batista, John Pohl, Constance Stellas, Stephen Nam, Bernardo Celerino, Michael Ellett, Felicia Park Rogers, Cynthia Soto, Josh Gottheimer, Scott Sloat, Alex Gilbert, Miranda Adams, Galina Kaminker, Michael Jones, Jenny Lee, Dan Bianco, Ali Madhu, Steve Sands, Giovanni Yori, Marie Vella, Allison Glaystein, Beryl Rosenberg, Walter Iwachu, Ramond Lynn, Ethan A., Joel Gutierrez, Jason Nelson, Janice Gardner, Sydney Moskowitz, Ronald Weissman, Tylee Waters, Ron Simoncini, as a reminder, if you've joined the Zoom under a name different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, or if you did not sign up to speak but want to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. Hertzberg, Kathy Burton, Magdamari Marcano, Jorge Urena, Kenny Tai, Michi Mi, Lawrence Zimmer, Deborah Weiss, Emma Cupola, Renee Yeomans, Lorenz Skeeter, John Trantos, Ray Richards, Suzette Francis, Francis Vaughn, Suraj Boj, Paul Chan, Zach Weinberg, Lena De La Cruz, Mark Kagan, Aaron Liu, Frank Ruisi, Kevin Martin, Stephen Wong, Mamadou Diallo, Gordon Lee, Darby Moses, Juliette Federico, Shailesh Naik, Kate Fletchall, Frederick Springer, B. Dorsey, Noah Lenovitz, Lauren Hopman, Tashana Watson, Michelle Salomon, Sean DeGannon, Christopher Haynes, Joshua Thomas, David Goldsmith, Robin Villa, David Gentile, Darlin Francisco, Enrique Espinate, Elizabeth Tavares, Diana Ross, Jesse Parham, that concludes our second run through the list of speakers.
Thank you all for joining us today. For those who did not do so already, we encourage you to take our short survey via the Q&R code or link currently being displayed. The link can also be found in the Q&A section of the Zoom. For details about upcoming hearings, please visit the project website at mta.info/CBDTP or call the public meeting hotline at 646-252-6777. As a final reminder, in addition to the virtual public hearings, there are several other ways you can provide comments on the environmental assessment through September 9th, 2022. We encourage the public to comment via the CBDTP website, where you can also find the latest project information and sign up to stay informed via email. You may also email comments to cbdtp@mtabt.org. Send them via mail to CBD Tolling Program, 2 Broadway, 23rd floor, New York, New York, 10004, or call 646-252-7440. Comments may also be provided directly to the Federal Highway Administration via email to cbdtp@dot.gov or via mail to FHWA, New York Division, Ray, CBDTP, Leo W. O'Brien, Federal Building, 11A Clinton Avenue, Suite 719, Albany, New York, 12207. The time is currently 5:44 p.m. This concludes our hearing. Thank you again for your participation.